Good morning, everybody. We are about to start. I hope people that are still in the coffee break, somebody can alert them that we are all going to have the most exciting session of today and maybe the whole week. You're here, so that makes it a very good start. It's a very warm welcome that I would want to extend to you on this thematic session on building the future with wood. A lot of the bioeconomy is around wood, but we also see how important it is to not only talk about wood. It is one part of the whole equation of building a bioeconomy. But today in this session we will talk about the future with wood. My name is Ewald Daumenstein. I have the great pleasure to be the moderator of this session today, and I'm looking forward to an exciting program. We have had many discussions in different contexts on building with wood. There is a lot of enthusiasm about the positive effects that potentially can be unlocked. A solution from forests with triple wins on the environmental, on the social, and the economic aspects to tackle the challenges that we have on the planet. But we also do know that there is a range of constraints. We have just come out from the communication session. You have seen one of the constraints there, that there are many others that we have to really address in constructive way and address together to really move forward on the Building with Wood agenda. And today we have an exciting group of speakers with insights, and then we would also want to engage you in the discussion as we want to get to actionable things that come out from here. There are two elements that we want to identify today. The first one is successful strategies and practices that have facilitated the upscaling of sustainable wood use across the technical, policy, and market dimensions. So what could be or have been successful strategies to upscale? And the second is priority actions and partnerships to accelerate short-term efforts and support the sustainable expansion of building with wood. So quite action-oriented, practical action-oriented, and the partnerships that we would need to make this happen. And what we have prepared for you today is an exciting structure of the event with a chair from Canada, who is the session chair. He is representative from the government of Canada. He will also bring the results of that session back to the plenary. We will have a keynote presentation of 15 minutes by an important company that has been working on this for the 5th generation now. It's quite amazing. That speaks for sustainability. Then we have a panel then we have a discussion of 3 country views that bring in the different aspects of governments from different parts of the planet to reflect on how to engage in that topic, followed by 4 stakeholders that will discuss one question each. Before we come to a Mentimeter session, I assume many of you are familiar with Mentimeter. It's one way of interacting with the audience. We will have a few questions to you. I hope we have the technical support to make this happen. And then you will also have this opportunity to type in your questions so that the panelists can answer or can reflect on your questions. With that, we are almost through the 2 hours that we have, and we would invite then the session chair to make a short summary reflecting back what we have learned, close the session, and then we are all off to a coffee break. I hope this is agreeable, and with that we could actually start with me as moderator handing over to you. Greg Smith is the Forest Service Canada, the Director of the Economic Analysis Division of the Canadian Forest Service. You have been very active in that space and you have led the realization of the forest sector priorities in the Government of Canada, and you have also been key in the development of the G20 high-level principles on bioeconomy. So you have a lot to bring to the table today. Chair, over to you.
Thank you very much. It's a pleasure to be here with you all as the session lead. I'll just kick off with some introductory words, but we have a quick 2 hours here, so I think there's going to be a lot to discuss and a lot of engagement, so I really appreciate it. So I'm very pleased to be working with Ewald here because he's on it. I feel very well organized right now. So let me begin by just speaking a little bit about the topic. So, I think we can all agree the world needs housing solutions. And in Canada, the issue of affordability is definitely center stage, but I recognize that this is not unique to us. Taken globally, as if you've read in your session notes, the housing need is going to be pretty serious with nearly 100,000 units added per day. So that's quite a bit when you think about it. And so why would we build this with wood? I think we can agree that wood is relatively inexpensive and reliable, renewable, as we saw in our videos this morning. And it's had centuries, and actually, my notes say centuries, but it's millennia, as we heard yesterday from our colleagues from Japan, of proven use. So it's light, it can be scaled and onto existing structures to build up and add more housing units. Further, there are opportunities to construct large buildings with more advanced wood products like mass timber, engineered wood products. In Canada, some provincial building codes now support building up to 18 stories with encapsulated mass timber. Furthermore, building with wood means lower emissions. So we're, particularly when you're using engineered mass timber and other engineered wood products, you can have a low carbon footprint, reducing emissions 30% compared to concrete and up to 50% compared to steel. And studies also show that timber has up to 75% lower embodied carbon than steel or concrete. So the overall environmental, economic, and social benefits from building with wood, however, mean that we have to ensure that the resource is being managed sustainably, of course. For example, in Canada, we have the largest area of third-party certified forest land globally, although 10% of the world's forests are independently certified, and just over 40% of these certified lands are in Canada. So that's my little plug there. So in this COLI session, we have presenters from various backgrounds and countries, and they're going to share with us their experiences and how they overcame challenges and brought solutions to bear. Before going into the session, I'll just mention a few Canadian highlights because I am obligated to do so as a Canadian. So at home, Canada is looking to increase the number of homes being built through Build Canada Homes, a recently established agency, which is going to build affordable housing and leverage public lands, offering flexible financing and attracting private capital to support modern manufacturing. We're prioritizing the use of wood and seeking to deploy modern methods of construction, such as prefabrication, modularity, mass timber, and to build affordable homes across Canada. Canada is well positioned to serve the international and market demand for sustainable wood products. And standing here in Austria, I definitely recognize that we have a lot to learn from our European counterparts, and we hope that EU-based leaders in this space will share their views, but also consider partnerships in the future with Canada. Domestically, of course, within Canada, we have some great examples of building with wood. In British Columbia, we've prioritized building with wood through the Wood First Act in 2009, which drove greater public procurement of mass timber and has made higher adoption possible throughout the province. Funding support and a culture of knowledge sharing enabled the completion of the proof of concept building on the campus of the University of British Columbia, which opened in 2017. And we've had demonstration projects such as this, which have reflecting updated building codes, which have been adopted by the province. Coming back to the international sphere, the G20 work on the high-level principles has helped shape the path forward for the forest bioeconomy, demonstrating the advantages of having international dialogues such as this on issues like policy frameworks to encourage advancing the forest bioeconomy. There are areas where international collaboration is helpful for sure, like R&D and innovation and metrics, as we've been talking about a lot over the past day, and areas where international collaboration is definitely a necessity. Trade relations, market access, and international investment flows are areas that require countries work together to enable increased building with wood, whether through codes and standards or work related to phytosanitary regulations. I very much welcome the work that's been put into this session, and very much welcome that the work's been put forward in other venues, such as the COP and Bioeconomy Challenge, where work on market development is part of the agenda. I'm very much looking forward to this session and very much appreciate your participation. With that, I'll hand it over to my colleague, Ewald.
Thank you very much, Greg. That sets the scene very nicely. We would then invite the keynote speaker, a distinguished keynote speaker, a CEO and owner of Blumer Lehmann AG in Switzerland, who runs a family business in the 5th generation and continues to be really fascinated by that material, wood, and what it has to offer as a building and building material and a raw material. So let's listen to you, Ms. Lehmann. Thank you very much for accepting the invitation to be here.
Thank you very much. It's always an honor to be in this timber community here in Austria, and I know we all have the same vision. And I took some pictures with me, and just to say it in advance, I think the pictures are more interesting than looking at me. The private sector means that we became 150 years old last year, and it all started with a wooden wheel generating electricity and running a sawmill. And today, we are still fascinated by wood and all its potentials, and we are about 600 people working not only in Switzerland, but also in subsidiaries around Europe, in timber industry and timber construction. Maybe that's the amazing thing of our company, because we understand how to transform logs into products like sawn timber, rest timber, pellets, energy, but also doing timber constructions out of this beautiful material. At the moment, there is a glue lamp factory started, and I just had a talk over coffee break of a Slovenian supplier of machinery. So, talking about value chains, it means supply and demand. It means supply out of the forests. It means, but also developing these timber constructions all over the world. Timber constructions are becoming bigger, larger, more sophisticated, more technically improved. And here in the middle of Europe, it all started about 20 years ago. And I'm talking today about the wood products as a lever to decarbonize, but also about the 7 topics: products, processes, people, information, but also building codes. That's the context we are talking about. And coming out of these huge discussions of biodiversity protection or whatever, we all know that optimizing the sequestration performance and also the wood production and supply is one of the new dimensions we really need to include in our discussions. Because, and that's a slide I often show, everyone who thinks that increasing the storage of timber on a square meter is the concept, that's a foolish idea. Because in 50 years, it feels like a full vacuum cleaner bag, which can't have the power to decrease the carbon anymore. So please stop thinking about this foolish concept, because it's not going to be the solution. What we have to discuss and talk about is optimizing the forest sequestration performance, increasing the forest fitness, because we have this turnaround of having these species healthy in our forest, even if we have dry periods. We need long-lasting wood products, because they need to store the carbon long term. We need to substitute and also fuel, and as a vision, climate positive buildings all around the world. Decarbonization at one topic, but there is more to do in building more intelligent buildings to have a big impact on what we are talking about. There is only a responsibility of the timber industry, because we need to think in cascade and material use, optimizing yield. If we talk about long-lasting products, we need to have an impact on how much log is stored in one product. We need intact local value chains, products for the forest. That means also think about how to deal with different qualities. But, and that's a huge but, I think this concept is only realistic when we talk about leading species. Talking about forests which have 100 species, industry cannot adapt to that one. But also, as a responsibility of timber industry, engineered and processed timber, reliable, industrialized, compliant with regulations, safe to build with, maybe circular demountable. Please note that circularity is not the concept of timber industry, it's the concept of concrete industry, because in our view, we don't need it. We need to increase the storage and not thinking too much about circular economy. And that's somewhere often the case at the moment. We don't need to think about dematerializing because there is too much wood we need to transform into long-lasting products. As a vision and as some inspiration, talking about timber constructions today, there is a huge range of free forms at one end, which means a sophisticated planning, shows the processes of the future, and standardization. And that's some inspiration of free forms, coming back to the modular building. And doing freeform construction means you really work in an interplay of disciplines, in a process-based work, in reliable responsibility in planning, but also in teams and reliable partnership in execution. And of course, you need also suppliers for all these parts being produced in the factory and erected on site in beautiful shapes and in beautiful architectural forms, like private housing, some public buildings, even in Saudi Arabia, even if there is no wood, it substitutes concrete. Here on an island with beautiful touristic impressions, but also museums, or here at the example in Stockholm. A mosque in Cambridge as a free-form inspiration, which is exciting for every visitor having the possibility to see it. A programmed, a scripted model brought into 300 beams, and then design build as technical skills, which means, and I'm coming back at the end, advanced planning. It needs technology, training, collaboration, embracing solutions, having the curiosity to find out what the material really can do, and prefabrication. Prefabrication is also the key to develop timber constructions around the world, because timber constructions are prefabricated. Either beams, elements, and also, at the end of the day, modular construction used in modular buildings, in schools, in other public building, executed in the factory. It's easier in some parts of the world to bring in the people in the factory and not on construction site, doing all the processes in the factory and then bringing the modular buildings as key finished products to construction site, erect them very fast. It's also a concept for dense, intense and tight circumstances in all the cities around the world. Conversions, extensions, renovations in cities, residential buildings, large or high or whatever public buildings. I just finished, so you can discuss discuss healthcare, it's also possible to build in wood. And office buildings as some examples also of leading brands, because they want to communicate with the material as well. Or as a last example, it's a huge office building in Basel which we built, which was really optimized in minimal environment footprint, designed by Herzog de Meuron. As a summary, I come back to the 7 topics. We need products, processes, people. We need innovation, information, building codes, and at the end of the day, as a precondition, sustainably managed forest. And what do I mean by that? The products have to be long-lasting. Also the projects have to be long-lasting. That means we need engineers who know how to build. We need the optimized processes. We need qualified and motivated people. We need innovation and R&D all over the world. Wood-friendly, and that's the huge topic, wood-friendly building standards and codes and regulations. We need an international knowledge sharing, but also a cooperation in education all over the world. And most of all, and that's not only in collaboration of sophisticated projects, it's also in collaboration of forests and private sector, trust and partnership and a common goal. If we use wood wisely and sustainably, it will be a great and the best contribution to climate neutral constructions. But we need coordinated actions. And that's why you are here, and I thank you for joining us in our community to move on. Thank you.
Thank you very much. It is amazing to see what in proper hands a company can do with that material. I guess all of those pictures were constructed by your company over generations of know-how being built in, but based, and that was your last point, of the key elements based on sustainable forest management, which is the foundation. And there are many different aspects that go to sustainable forest management, including the social aspects, the local population, as you said, the environmental aspects, both biodiversity and climate. And many of those things need to nonetheless be transformed into a value chain that can work competitively with that material, with the price and the quality that is able to have this industrial scale use. That is a challenge for every country. In some countries, we have seen that this is actually moving forward. In other countries, there is still quite a lot of partnership and inspiration to be taken and work to be done. We have 3 countries now to reflect on the situation in their country with regard to bringing these different elements together, and I'm very honored to be able to introduce 3 representatives from different countries, and I would want to ask them to come to the floor to share their views. The first one is Ms. Eliška Drnkova from the Department of Forest Policy and Economy of the Ministry of Agriculture of the Czech Republic. If you could please join us, Eliška. Thank you very much for accepting the invitation. The second is Mr. Ümit Turan from the Directorate General of Forestry, Ministry of Agriculture and Forestry of the Republic of Turkey. If you could please join us here on the podium. And the third person is Mr. Boniface Mulva from the Forest Service of the Republic of Kenya. If you could please also join us here on the podium. A very warm welcome to you. It's a great honor to have you. If I may, I would ask each of you one question, and if you could have a short reply on a statement of this. And if I may, Mr. Mulva, I would start with the situation and your insights from the Forest Service in Kenya. You're a conservator of forests from the Kenya Forest Service, and you play a key role in the management and protection of forest resources. That really works closely with the ecological integrity and also the communities to manage the land and to really manage the socio-economic dimensions and the importance for people there. Yet there is quite a bit of potential in Kenya with the resources that you have. The floor is yours to have your insights shared with the group. Boniface, over to you.
Excellencies, distinguished delegates, it's an honor to be here. We are living in an age of construction. I agree with everybody else that wood is finite and it is renewable. Unlike high emission materials, it stores carbon, and unlike many industrial systems, it can actually anchor a circular inclusive economy that connects forests, communities, and cities. When forests are responsibly managed, wood becomes more than a construction material. It becomes a climate strategy. This is because trees will capture the carbon. In addition, timber buildings will lock that carbon away, displacing the more emission-intensive alternatives. And this dual benefit of storage and substitution positions wood as a practical pathway towards carbon neutrality. But the opportunity goes beyond emissions. Designing and building with wood enables prefabrication, we have been told, and efficient construction systems that reduce waste and actually accelerate the delivery. It supports affordable housing, resilient infrastructure, and healthier built environments. This is in addition to creating jobs across rural and urban value chains. And the need is urgent. If by 2030, the world will be requiring close to 100,000 new housing units every single day, coupled with the increasing global demand for forest products, then there can only be enormous pressure on the supply chains. For instance, in Kenya alone, the annual wood supply deficit stands at 10 million cubic meters. As a result, the Kenyan government is implementing a 10-year ambitious plan of growing 15 billion trees by 2032. This presents both promise and responsibility. Growing demand cannot lead to forest degradation. It must drive innovation. If managed wisely, rising demand can incentivize better forest stewardship. So the choice before us is very clear. We can treat wood as a commodity extracted from the forests, or we can treat it as a cornerstone of a regenerative bioeconomy, one that integrates climate action, economic opportunity, and social development. Ladies and gentlemen, building the future with wood is not about returning to the past. It is about moving decisively towards a smarter, lower carbon model of growth, one in which our cities and our forests evolve in a genuine partnership. And perhaps you're asking the same questions I am. How do we scale this transition responsibly? How do we even mobilize investment and accelerate innovation across the entire value chain? And how do we ensure that this transformation delivers real social impact? These questions demand practical answers, meaningful investment, bold policies, and shared accountability. This is because our forests are already growing. The question is whether we will grow with them. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Indeed, in Kenya, there is a lot of thinking and strategic thinking and action going into that topic. So it's very interesting to see how you are leading that debate in that corner of the world. Thank you very much for your insights. If I may, Liška, I would hand over to you to bring your insights from the Czech Republic. Over to you.
Thank you very much, Ewald, and thank you, colleagues, for your previous words. Good morning, everybody. I believe we all know that the sustainable bioeconomy has enormous potential for construction sector. It drives innovation, captures a lot of carbon, improves human well-being, and so much more. However, it's not all rainbows and unicorns. The shift to bio-based materials presents numerous challenges. I'm a forester, so let me point out only a couple things related to forestry. First, climate change influences the tree species composition in our forests, therefore affecting the type and dimensions of available biomass. Second, as was already mentioned in the keynote, we need to manage our forests sustainably to allow them to provide us not only with wood, but also with the crucial other ecosystem services, such as biodiversity conservation, recreation, and water retention. Czech government recognizes the importance of wood for our future and therefore adopted a national wood policy a couple years ago. We successfully broke existing silos, and the policy is a cross-sectoral work of 3 ministries: agriculture, environment, and industry and trade. Policy has one simple goal: to support higher added value timber products with a longer life cycle, mainly in the construction sector. Allow me to share with you a selection of its deliverables, along with our recent achievements. First, I wanted to boast here that we moved up the number of stories we can build with wood to 8, but I was humbled by Canadian example of 18, so yeah, we have a way to go. But to demonstrate the shift in public perception, I can offer a very specific example. We already have several firehouses now built with wood, and that was something that was unthinkable for firemen a few years ago. Next one, research. Definitely very important thing. The national strategy aims to increase the presence of wood construction-related research calls across our funding agencies. In this regard, we believe the new 10-year European Partnership on Forests will help us in this endeavor, as its strategic research and innovation agenda contains several relevant priorities. For the last topic, let me circle back to our kind host, Austria. Austria co-founded the European Wood Policy Platform, known as the WoodPop. It brings together policymakers, researchers, and industry from 27 countries and over 45 organizations to strengthen sustainable wood-based value chains, especially in construction sector. Building on this cooperation, the WoodPop Dara Award has just been launched. It is a new pan-European prize celebrating outstanding timber projects that combine innovation, sustainability, design quality, and societal impact. It highlights how timber can shape the future of green constructions. Czechia is a proud member of the WoodPop community, so I'm very happy that the first Dara Award ceremony will take place in Prague later this year. We see it not only as a celebration of great architecture, but also as a means to inspire wider adoption of sustainable timber solutions across Europe and to connect the community behind it. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So it's great to see these platforms of learning, awareness raising, but also sharing issues and solutions growing, and the governments buying in moving the agenda forward together. Thank you very much, Eliska. I now have the great pleasure to invite Mr. Ümit Turhan to offer your views from the Republic of Turkey. Ümit, you have the floor.
Thank you, Ewald. Good morning, all. Let me begin with the special thank convey to Austrian government organizing such a significant pivotal summit. Turkey is situated in a seismically active region and undergoing a major urban transformation. Recognizes wood not as a traditional material, but also as a cornerstone of a sustainable, climate resilient and circular future. Our vision aligns with these session objectives. So, what has enabled our progress? Turkey has moved decisively on multiple fronts. First one, policies and standards. 2 years ago, we enacted regulation on design, calculation, and constructive principle of wooden buildings. This foundational legal framework provides the certainty needed for architects, engineers, and investors. And second one is the science and innovation. In collaboration with UNDP, universities, and industry, we completed the wood promotion project. A key outcome of this project, integration of 6 native Turkish wood species into the European strength class standards, thereby unlocking locally sourced and sustainably managed raw material for structural application. The third one, pilot project and public leadership. We firmly believe that public sector commitment is essential to transform the markets. So that we have launched an ambitious portfolio of wooden public buildings. Following the 2023 earthquakes, we committed to constructing at around 130,000 square meters of wood frame buildings for our own facilities, including premises, schools, sport halls, and service buildings. At around 50,000 square meters is already completed and are already operational. This tangible public investment demonstrates viability and strengthens market confidence. The last one is international partnership. We actively seek global knowledge exchange. A recent multi-stakeholder study visit to Sweden provided the valuable insights into advanced wood construction ecosystems. However, barriers remain. Like many emerging markets, we have faced the need to transition deep-rooted construction practices, scaling up specialized technical capacity and fully integrated wood into national housing and climate strategies beyond the pilot project. Therefore, our most promising instruments for scaling up that include the energy efficient wooden building promotion project funded by GEF7, which combine direct financial mechanisms for pilot buildings with comprehensive training programs for architects, engineers, and producers. Sector-wide certification. We are committed to certifying all our forests by 2030. So far, we have completed at around 50% of forestry area. Ensuring the sustainability narrative is rooted in verifiable management. We are also certifying hundreds of thousands of forestry workers. In conclusion, our key message is that enabling environments require a synchronized approach. Robust regulation, like our new code, public sector demand creation through our pilot projects, investment in, of course, research and development, and human capital certification, training, and strong international partnership. We stand ready to share our experiences and learn from yours by working together across the borders along the entire value chain. We can indeed build a safer, more sustainable, and carbon smart future with wood. I thank you.
Thank you very much, Ümit. Impressive to see how the Director General of Forestry in Turkey has moved from both looking at forestry matters, but really being a leader in the value added of that material, and really shaping the value added steps, and being aware that this needs a lot of public investment into awareness, but also in piloting and demonstrating and walking the steps along the value chains. And with a strong organization like yours, that is maybe a bit easier than for others, but it's really great to see that you're having this leadership to move in that direction. We look forward maybe to see more of it at the next COP, which will be hosted by Turkey this year. I would really thank the 3 country representatives for sharing their insights, what is happening in those areas, how they deal with these different issues that you have if you want to make this dream move one more step to reality. And I'm happy to see that all of you emphasize the importance of partnerships, the importance of jointly learning and moving forward. Thank you very much again. Thank you so much. Thank you. We have another round of insights from a distinguished group of panelists that I would want to invite to the podium at this next step of our discussion. And I would want to start with Mr. Paul King, Built by Nature from the UK. If you could please join us up here on stage. Mr. Marco Voltolina from the United Nations Human Settlement Program of UN Habitat. Thank you for joining, Marco. Mr. Jaime Sotelo Montero from the Forest and Industrial Chamber of Costa Rica. Thank you for joining. And Ms. Sonia Gaia from the Lucerne School of Engineering and Architecture, Switzerland. Sonia, thank you for joining up here. Maybe I move over to the other part. So in order to really make sure you are in the center, let me move to this part, if you may. Yes, how we will move from here is that if you allow, I would ask one question to each of you for a short answer from your side before we move to a Mentimeter program where you can interact with the panelists on different aspects, including asking your questions. But maybe we start first with a first question to, who is the winner? Jaime. Jaime is the president of the Costa Rican Forest, Wood and Industry Chamber. And indeed, in that region of the world, you have led not only national initiatives in Costa Rica to modernize the forestry sector and building as architects, but also you have been influential in the whole region, where Costa Rica is in many ways a lighthouse example of moving into a modern way of looking at that material. So we are very happy that you found the time to come to us and share your insights. And the question that I would have to you is, what has enabled the successful uptake of sustainable wooden buildings, including renovations and extensions in your country, but also in other regions that you have already worked or have discussed with? From your perspective, what would be your answer on that question?
Good morning. I think it's okay. Thank you very much for your attention and your invitation as well. I will have to answer this in probably 3 minutes. Less than that. Okay, trying to. My 3 minutes of fame. Anyway. Costa Rica is a country in Central America with a long story. Our forests demonstrate that the structural change is possible when public and private initiative move in the same direction. This is a key factor. And we understand that from the past. In the late 90s, in 2000, Costa Rica stopped deforestation, okay, for the first time in the whole story about forest itself. Through a combination of a strong forest legislation and regulatory framework that were not possible if we don't agree between private and public sector. It was an agreement, okay? It was in national agreement, all these two elements, plus universities and the environmental people as well. So it was a good deal. That's why we have a forest law since then. So we stopped deforestation. With this legal certainty, we clear property rights and enforceable management standards for the first time in our country. I'm talking about between 90s and 2000. What was our first step? At the same time, we implement a pioneering system of payment for environmental services. It was the first in Latin America. And this thing was financed through a fuel tax. This mechanism recognized forests not only as source of timber, but as provider of carbon sequestration, water regulation, and biodiversity protection at the same time. It was the first time of this kind of development in our country. The landscape value was moving forward in order to have, certain market to the people who owns those properties. We have lands in Costa Rica that was owned by people. And the government itself, they own 14% of our territory under full protection. 60% of our territory is forest. So you might think that's a lot. Yes, for our side. Okay, from our side. Today, that original concept has evolved into a version 2.0, more targeted, more data-driven, and aligned with climate commitments. Yet still grounded in the same principle. Forests must generate economic value if they are to be sustained. Now, we enter a new era in our country. We call that new era. Okay? Sorry about my speech, Now, after decades of forest recovery, we are entering this phase. And we can measure forest growth, carbon capture, and sustainability yield with increasing precision. Okay? We have more data to record. This allows us to responsibly reactivate reforestation and strengthen the local timber market. Local timber market, I remarked that. Connected sustainable production with domestic demand. Talking about domestic demand. I'm not thinking what you need in your countries. I'm thinking about what we need in our country from the private sector. Okay? Over the next 10 years, Costa Rica is implementation adjustment in forest policy aimed at foresting biomaterials, particularly wood, and positioning them within the construction sector, which is big for our country, more than 10 million square meters every year, okay, more than 30,000 houses every year, and most of them, we need low-income housing. By promoting sustainable timber for 1- and 3-story housing and building, we reduce the carbon footprint of this sector while simultaneously incentivizing carbon sinks. We all know this. This is not new. Not only natural forests, but also productive forestry and agroforestry system. Costa Rica, part of the territory is agricultural matters. We have pineapple, we have banana, okay? We have oranges, we have cow, pasture land. So part of that we want to convert into reforestation because we need more trees at the same time to this productive vision to use sustainable wood in the construction field. This strategy has 2 complementary pillars. I'm about to finish. First, public policy reform, I already talked about that. And second, very important, responsible private sector engagement. responsible private sector engagement. And right now we're producing a new building code for housing, low income, high income, and 3-story building, okay, from the private sector side. I mean, new code for construction with wood. When this start, we're already done. We're in the middle of. And from 1 year from now, Costa Rica, we will have that code implemented and used as a regulatory mandatory thing from engineers and architects. That way we connect the forestry people and the construction field. Thank you. I just stopped. I end my 3 minutes of glory. Thank you.
Thank you. So you have taken us through 3 decades of work in Costa Rica that have managed to stop deforestation, to have systems for ecosystem services provision, to work with smallholders to restore the forest. Now you're taking the next steps to bring more value out from those forests into a new generation of the bioeconomy. Quite a journey. 3 minutes is the most compressed that you can possibly deliver that speech. Thank you very much. Also to see how you emphasize the collaboration that is needed between the private sector and the public. Thank you very much, Heine, for your insights. We will come to the next second panelist, Mr. Marco Voltolina, as said, from the UN Habitat, and he is working with the land, housing, and informal settlements. And I guess we will also hear this message of affordable housing, maybe from you again. So you have the floor with that question. Which barriers hinder wood-based construction from being widely adopted in national housing, forestry, climate, and other sectoral strategies? Marco, over to you. 3 minutes if you manage. 4 minutes, sorry.
Thank you. Thank you. Good morning, everybody. So at UN Habitat, one of our key mandates is to address the global housing challenge. At the moment, 2.8 billion people in the world live in inadequate housing conditions. Out of them, 1.1 billion lives in informal settlements, and more than 300 million people are experiencing homelessness. Furthermore, this is compounded by demographic growth, urbanization, migration, and displacement, including climate-induced displacement, which will add a need for more and more construction, but also renovation of housing units globally in the coming decades. The only way to do so is to do this sustainably, with sustainable and circular construction material, construction systems, design approaches. And one of the key to do this is to focus on the developing countries, because most of the growth of the urban population will take place particularly in Africa and Asia. It is estimated that 90% of the growth in urban population will take place in these 2 continents. And developing countries are also the ones where the barriers to the adoption of sustainable materials and particularly of wood, the barriers are more acute, more significant. I would like to focus very briefly on 3 issues. The first one, from the supply side, is that many developing countries have vast forest resources, but at the same time, the share of construction made with wood is extremely small. In some countries, you have maybe 30 or 40% of the surface of the country covered by forests and only 1% of housing built in wood. And this is due to a lack of processing and manufacturing capacity, a lack of accountable and affordable traceability and certification systems, lack of infrastructure, worker skill, and so on. The second point is from the demand side. There are also gaps in the building codes, the regulations, and the financing systems that are tailored to conventional concrete and steel construction, leaving out, overlooking the potential of timber construction. And not only that, but in many developing countries, most of the construction is done informally, and so it falls outside of the regulations. And so there is a need to address this barrier by making sure that the regulation can address the incremental construction, the community-led construction, the small-scale informal contractors, and the slum upgrading. Finally, there is also a cultural issue. There are still very widespread biases against wood construction. Some of them, unfortunately, we find them everywhere. The biases on fire safety, durability, resistance to insects, to humidity, and so on. But in many developing countries, these biases are compounded by the widespread idea that timber construction is associated with poverty, is associated with temporary buildings, while on the other hand, concrete and steel are associated with modernity, with wealth, with strength and durability. And this is probably one of the biggest challenges that we must address, because the transition to sustainable construction is not only a technical and economical transition, but also a cultural transition. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Marco. These were really significant contributions to the debate on the cultural side and on the demand side, and what it means. It would mean to really convert. We have heard it also yesterday in the science talk, this conundrum of having the raw material but not using it. Actually, a lot of the raw material is burnt for cooking, which is also an important use. But the value added of using raw material to heat is, of course, limited compared to buildings, but a lot of work is ahead, not the least the cultural aspects that we haven't touched upon too much. Marco, thank you very much for bringing your perspectives. We would now move to panelists from the UK. Mr. Paul King, thank you for joining us here. You are the CEO of Built by Nature, a not-for-profit organization, and you are very energetic in that space of making your vision a reality, of building the environment in harmony with nature. Paul, floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Ewald, and I'm very honoured to be here. Thank you very much for the invitation. I feel very much among friends based on what I've already heard today and yesterday. Unfortunately, many colleagues have already said some of the things I wanted to say, so I'll try and be very brief. Actually, the keynote presentation by Katerina reminded me of something a colleague said to me a few months ago when she said, there is no such thing as an ugly timber building. And I think that's something to remember when we are promoting the virtues of timber as a construction material. But of course, it's not all about iconic and inspirational buildings. As Marco's just said, that this is a solution that we need to deploy for all kind of buildings, including affordable homes, of course, around the world. We all know, we heard yesterday, that it's forecast that we are going to double the footprint of the built environment over the next 35 years. That's an extraordinary thought if you think of every home, every office, every station, every airport, every building you've ever visited and will never visit. We're going to double that in the next 35 years, and we clearly cannot afford to do that in the way that we built those buildings, many of those buildings, over the last 100 years. So what we have to do is mainstream the use of timber. And I think, as you've been hearing from all the speakers, the way in which we need to do that is really be joined up across the value chain to build confidence in the fact that we can do this. And critically, we can build that demand in a responsible and, of course, sustainable way. And that's why, partly inspired by the Forest and Climate Leaders Partnership, FCLP initiative that they launched at COP28 in Dubai, greening construction with sustainable wood, we came together with FCLP, with FAO, many other partners in the room to think, how can we make sure that we can both increase demand for wood and ensure that demand is sustainable and responsible at the same time? And out of that grew the principles for responsible timber construction. What are these 5 principles? Number 1, extend the life of existing buildings. Nobody's saying knock down an existing building and build a timber one. We can use timber to extend the life of an existing building through refurbishment and vertical extension because it's such a lightweight material. Principle 2, is we need to account for the whole life cycle impacts, and we need to be transparent about that, both in terms of carbon, but broader ecological impacts of our buildings. Thirdly, where we're sourcing new timber, we need to make sure it obviously comes from sustainably managed forests. Number 4 is about maximizing the carbon storage potential of wood, which is about reusing woods, designing building for disassembly so that we can reuse and ultimately cascade the uses of that wood to maximize the amount of time that we can store carbon in it. And the 5th principle is about building a timber building bioeconomy. We know that the industry has grown up on concrete and steel over the last 100 years. We need to re-educate, we need to develop skills and training so that we have an industry that knows how to use wood, as well as they did 1,000 or more years ago. So these are the 5 principles. Over the course of last year, we took these forward to a range of organizations around the world to seek endorsement. Over 350 organizations from across the value chain internationally have endorsed the principles. We've also received formal endorsement of 15 national governments and 2 municipal governments. The first national government to endorse them was Costa Rica, subsequently joined by Kenya, by Canada, and many of the other countries represented in the room. And we hope to add others, including Turkey, especially given what is happening in Turkey, to join them. I can get myself a little bit more time here because in this room at 2 o'clock, 30 minutes into the lunch break, we're going to show a film, a 20-minute film, which describes the principles and shows them through the lens of real-world projects from around the world. So please, if you have the chance, come back to this room at 2 o'clock to watch that film. And also just to say that we are going to be holding a session in this same room from 6:30 this evening, where we'll be discussing the acceleration plan that's being taken forward as a formal part of the COP process, which includes the principles, but also other elements of our acceleration of buildings for forests, the official acceleration plan led by FAO and the Sustainable Wood for a Sustainable World, FCLP, Built by Nature, and many others, PEFC, FSC, and others. So please come back and join us in the room at 6:30 to discuss it further. Thank you very much, Ewald.
Thank you very much, Paul. You have used your 4 minutes very wisely to help people come on board to accelerate the implementation of solutions. Great to hear about the principles, and also great to hear that this has really received very good recognition in the COP30 context with a plan for accelerating solutions, buildings for forests. So thank you very much. Please take note. There is a chance to discuss more with Paul and the group later this afternoon and in the evening. If I may, I will come to you, Ms. Sonja Geier. Thank you for joining us here as the panelist number 4 to share your insights. You're an architect, the deputy head of the Competence Center for Typology and Planning in Architecture at Lucerne University of Applied Sciences and Arts in Switzerland, and you have made a PhD on industrialized timber construction. Excellent to see that you can really move into PhDs on timber construction more widely. Switzerland certainly is one of those countries that has a very, very well-established tradition on that. It is really a pleasure to having you here. The question that I would want to pose to you is, what coordinated actions across sectors are needed most to establish enabling environments for upscaling sustainable wood solutions in constructions and to accelerate this transition that we all discuss, but you might have good insights of how to make it happen in practice. Sonja, floor is yours.
Yeah, thank you very much, and thank you for the invitation. Dear delegates, dear colleagues, friends from the forestry, wood and bioeconomy sector, I will take today here the role of an architect and planner, because I think when we talk about across sectors, this is a sector quite close and quite relevant, because we are, by building with wood, the end consumers, together with our clients, the end consumers. And so this perspective is quite crucial. I don't have 5 principles or aspects, I have only 3 ones, and they are quite relevant for us. We do a lot of work with the basis, And I would like to bring some things I heard yesterday a little bit more to precise actions we can really do so that we are able really to upscale timber construction in building. The first one for me is, these are 3 circles. The inner circle is more or less within the sector. I mean, we heard a lot of communication this morning, but I think we need also more information within the sector. We work with a lot of SMEs, manufacturers, and they lack of information. What is, when, in which quality available from the forest? I saw in the presentation of Katharina Lehmann this morning the demand and supply side. I think we have not really a match between all the available resources we do have and communicate or make this information available for the manufacturers. I think it's easier for bigger industries. They have established channels. But the small SMEs, where we work with, we see they have no access or really small visibility. And also for having here a forecast, what is available when. So this is quite a crucial point. And I think here we also forget then the profession of the planners and the architects when we work in the region. So I think it's quite crucial also to think about, if we as planners and architects work in a region, what is really available for us? So the available assortments with which we can plan, because then we can really try to find the right technological solution. Not every wood species is quite appropriate for each technology. So this is, I think, quite crucial. So to have an easier match between the supply, the manufacturing, and the demand side at the end, the client, we the planners. The second one is more or less connected to that, but it's a little bit a bigger circle. It's about the ICT technology, so information and communication technologies. I saw a lot of name dropping about we need to work more with digital tools, we need more traceability. The question is, what is the impact of these tools and what is the impact of traceability? I think what we see coming is now that we have the Environmental Product Declaration, the EPD, and the Digital Product Passport coming. And either they remain just instruments we have to fulfill. But I think if we can really powerfully use them, they could be instruments to make the competitive advantage of our products more visible. It's easier to compare alternatives at the end of the planning and to have that really as an advantage on the market. I think it's quite crucial. And I think here we should think about a sector on how to use these instruments, these upcoming instruments, and to make it easier afterwards for the planners and architects. Yes, we use digital tools, but we have to align them from the forestry to really the clients who do the planning, so that we really can just easily click and have here an eco-balance that shows us the competitive advantage of the products coming from the forest. The third one is, and I was really very happy to hear the community session this morning, because I think we have the technical classes. We only think about coming here to the upscaling, to the mainstreaming as a technical problem or as a problem for policy. I think the perception and the social exceptions, the cultural drivers, they are really crucial. And they are cultural drivers. If we look back to the automotive industry at the beginning of the 20th century, they were really able to upscale their production incredibly, if you look at that history. And so they established something. I had yesterday the feeling we think we have to push our products into the market, just push. And if we push, the more we push, the more impact we will have. No. I think we have to think about the pull effect. What is the desire? What is the desire at the end of the value chain? We need there a locomotive. and the locomotive has to have enough energy. And there, I think we need pictures, as we saw from the buildings in the keynote from Katharina Lehmann, where we have here just waking the desire. There is a saying, if we want them to sail to the sea, don't learn them how to build ships. Just create a desire to the wide sea and the remote countries. And I think this is an approach we have to follow. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Sonia. Very insightful. How to use the power of ICT to connect the dots, not to see it as an obligation, but as a comparative advantage. And the force of the pull versus the technical push as the locomotive behind the changes that we need, and we need to move fast and at scale. Thank you very much, panelists. If I may, I would ask you to stay here. We come to the part of the session for your interventions and engagement through the Mentimeter. Yes, we get it here on screen. Let's see how this will work. If you have, all of you, I guess, have these devices with you, the panelists here could possibly also use it here. Please scan. The question that you will see there is wooden construction, what words come to mind? Please do type in the thing that comes to mind after you have heard the keynote presentation, the panelists, the 3 countries' perspectives. What is popping up in your head, either as things that are standing out or as things that you want to have a bit more emphasis on? Get inspired by what you see. Contribute with your words. Excellent. Shaping very nicely. Thank you all also for the online participants for joining in. I do think you can see also and have a link in the chat area of your device, be it Zoom or Teams. I don't know. I think it's Zoom. So thank you for contributing. It's a large cloud that we see forming. And as you continue to type in, just go ahead. I would start to maybe ask the panelists whether they have anything that comes to mind when they see the cloud. Is there anybody? Maybe I move here on seeing whether you want to reflect what's coming to mind. Is that how you see it? I think this raising desire is having an impact. Beautiful to see. Paul, please, over to you.
Thank you. I mean, it's interesting to consistently see beautiful at the center of the cloud. And obviously, I made the comment earlier, you know, as a friend said to me, there's no such thing as an ugly timber building. But I also think there's something about, you know, the connection that we feel in a natural building, how it makes us feel. You know, that we know that children learn faster in timber schools, that people recover faster in timber hospitals, people suffer reduced absenteeism in timber offices and these sorts of things. And I think this connection that we have to what is a very natural material, this is part of the value that the industry doesn't yet put a value on, but which I think is a great opportunity. And I think we need to talk about that connection that people have to these materials and how fundamentally it changes the way that we live and work and play, that we can make more of that.
Right. Thank you very much. It's good to see that what comes out here is the more emotional side, the positive side, and the look into the future that needs to be reconciled with the technical elements. Is there anything that you want to add, Marco, Jaime?
Yeah, we have a specific example that was mentioned there about beautiful and sustainable and things like that, because we have experienced 2 years ago when the government built with private companies low-income housing for rural areas. So I questioned the people, how do you compare with other houses, especially concrete, and said, this is more beautiful, more comfortable. As simple as that. There was no other answer.
Wonderful. Yeah, concrete example. That, yes. Well, sorry. Maybe I was off the sender for a second. Thanks. Everybody else has gotten the point. Marco, over to you.
Thank you. I'm also very happy to see this word beautiful at the center of the word cloud. And I think this is part of the cultural transition that I was mentioning before. When in the communication that is usually done when we talk about sustainable buildings, about timber buildings, we always emphasize the benefits for the natural environment, which are of course extremely important, but it's not always clear that the benefits of sustainable and timber buildings are also for the people who live in these buildings. There was a survey that is carried out by the Sustainable Construction Observatory now for a couple of years, where they asked people in many countries around the world to rank like what is for them the meaning of sustainable building. And the first one, the aspects that are ranked highest are the one about energy efficiency, about the materials, the circularity, and then the last one is the health and well-being. And so I think this is something we should all work on to extend this understanding of sustainable building as something that is beneficial for us as well, because we are also part of nature as human beings.
Yes, yes, very much so. Yes. We would. Yes, go ahead.
I'm not sure as a session lead I'm supposed to make points right now, but I will, because that's all right. But one item, just to build on those points, I think is, in the comms session we did talk about, essentially challenges with people being, separated from nature, right? And all the problems that come with that, and misunderstandings of where boxes come from and packaging and cardboard. I mean, but living in it and, having people have the opportunity to live in wood buildings and wood structures, it can kind of create a bit more connection with things like that. So I'm glad that we're talking about this, because I do think it's an underserved area. Thank you for allowing me to make.
Thank you. You want to add?
Yeah, no, one last comment. Sorry for that. One last comment. I think we didn't talk about that. I'm not quite sure. It's so small, and I think also the small words, they're quite important. It was more or less dry and easy, but I'm not quite sure. But I think we also have the big potential with wood as construction material to empower more. If we just talk about social housing, to empower them to work with their building. I'm talking about adaptable buildings. It's not about making them flexible and deconstructing it totally, but to make it possible that they just adapt it for their uses, and then we have also the chance that they are longer in use and not destroyed.
Right, yes. Again, one of those elements where we have to balance the technical aspects with the desires and the aspirations of people who invest in new homes. And in both of those cases, we need to make sure that both on the emotional and on the technical side, that sector is on top of the game. We would move to the second Mentimeter. Let's see whether this works as well. And we will get another code. And I understand that our job would be, please, if you could just scan the Menti scan, to rank the following key actions for advancing wood construction. So we come a little bit closer to how do we find the right actions, what actions are more important than others. I think you can click on each of those and then shift them up or down, and we would watch what you find more important and less. Yeah, if you have the old one, I understand if you would have to click next so that you get the new one. And if you haven't provided a word in the first Mentimeter, I understand that you would not get to the next step. Yeah, so if it's empty, you submit, and then you should have the access to the next question. And then I understand there is even some experts in the room that would answer these types of questions competently rather than me. So let's see what consensus we would get, and let's also invite again the panelists, still concentrated on the mechanics of ranking, on your reflections on the findings. So we have 24 of 91 responded. Let's give it a little bit of time, and please do add. After that round of Mentimeter, you would have, as far as I understand, the option just to type in comments or suggestions or questions to the panelists. So if there is something that you miss, or any other comment that you might have, you will be able, after that round, just to share, so that we also capture those. And I think we come closer to half of the respondents, and now we surpassed. And I will give us the opportunity to stay in time. If any of the panelists is ready to share the reflections on what they find, they still shift a little bit, but maybe we can start hearing what you're saying. Jaime, over to you.
Hi.
Sure.
Well, from our perspective, it's not the same perspective for every country. I just need to point that out. In Costa Rica, we're working at the same time with the new codes, technical codes, and also with government procurement. But there is a small but. The government procurement is not the market itself. It's just a trigger. It's just a trigger to create better market, trustable for the people itself. So, because most of the people in my country, most of the construction and people relating to that field in our country is from the private sector. Okay, but we're thinking of the government procurement as a trigger for a better internal market. This is very important, but it's next to special codes, technical codes, and we are adding to that code architectural point of view and perspective. So the Architect Association of Costa Rica is involved in the code, because I agree with you in that sense. You know, we need to develop according to the taste of the people, not because I want to. Okay, that's not good sense. Thank you.
Thank you, indeed. Yeah, yes. And we have heard this also yesterday, this issue of the governments having a very key role in inducing things, but they can't manage the volumes that are needed to change. Paul, over to you.
Thank you. I just wanted to, and I think it complements what Jaime was just saying, but the second one here about integrating wood-based construction into housing infrastructure and climate strategies, I think is a really important point, and it's one of the things that we'll certainly be discussing later on around the acceleration plan in terms of how we can move, you know, from some of these endorsements that I was talking about around the principles to some actions and some real demand signals. If I can just give one example, and in fact this comes from the first city or first municipal authority that endorsed the principles, which is the municipal region of Amsterdam. 5 years ago, they decided to prioritize timber in the construction of new homes. At the time, the baseline there was 0.5% of homes. 0.5% of homes were built with timber. 5 years on, it's now 5% of homes, so a tenfold increase. They actually set a target for 20%, and they've just recommitted to 20% over the next 5 years. But it's very, very clear, and we've been monitoring that the implementation of that target and how it's brought together housing developers, corporations, and others with the municipal government to rally behind that target, and it's really made a very big difference.
Thank you very much. Amsterdam is one of those cities that really is charting ahead. There are others in Europe, but we also see other countries coming up. And we have heard from the government of Kenya and others where we see that there is a discussion in the housing departments and the urban planning departments about these types of things in the context of climate change. Great to hear these types of concrete examples of making plans and progressing on them. Any other observations, comments, suggestions? And I hope I have reinterpreted what you said correctly. Sonja.
Yes, thank you. I'm a little bit surprised by the ranking of the international knowledge sharing platforms on only the 5th position, because I think, I mean, we are all here together today, and for me it's quite important to learn from other countries. Where did they maybe make mistakes? If they just tell us that, or tell us honestly what was a failure and how did they overcome it. And I think we do not have to make the same mistake twice. So for me it's quite important, but maybe there are other reasons behind that I do not see here now in that poll.
Thank you. Jaime, you'd like to respond?
My perspective on that thing that you mentioned, you are right. So it's because it was a very tricky thing, you know. For example, in Costa Rica, when we start promoting new regulation from the policy of the country, of the government policy, we use mostly the 5 principles that Built by Nature already talk, FCLP support and everything like that. So what comes first that maybe is difficult to establish, but for real, in our case, international support, international platform are key factors to make changes possible. But we need first to change. So what's first? It's mostly at the same time. So it's very difficult to put a position in that sense. So maybe that's the tricky factor here. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. I see somebody from the floor. Right. There is one more point for all of those online. I don't think necessarily you have been able to hear that. Just to repeat, there is also a point that number 6 maybe shouldn't be as far below as it currently sounds. It should be number 1. So I guess there are different views on what people will focus on to bring them to number 1. And a lot of the decisions in housing are key decisions for a lifetime for many of us, because it's a major investment. And carbon accounting would help. You'll also have the opportunity to write this into the next steps Mentimeter, just to share comments of this nature and to raise questions. Is there anybody from the panel who wants to contribute to that ranking? It's gone, but maybe we do. Is there any comment that you might want to make? Otherwise, we would move to the next element of the final interaction opportunity for you with the panelists. Please do scan the code also online. Type in your comments or questions. And I would need a platform myself. Perfect. Okay. Will you be able to stay here with me just to... You know how to run this. Maybe you can also ask the question, right? So please go ahead, type in your questions, comments, or whatever you'd like to share. Make sure you click submit so that Francesca here is able to see it on the screen, and we can process it also thereafter, even if we don't have necessarily time to bring it up. Would you mind reading it out for us?
Sure. Okay, the most voted question was: some people said that building with wood is expensive. At the same time, others say it is affordable. It cannot be both. Which is which? What do panelists think? What informed the divergent views?
Paul, over to you.
Thank you. Yeah, I was wondering whether to comment on that when it came up in the word cloud. There is a widely held view that building with timber is more expensive. It's something that within Built by Nature's networks is is regularly cited by industry as one of the biggest barriers. But when we actually dig into it and try to understand why people perceive it as more expensive, it has a lot to do with perception. The cost of the material itself fluctuates just like the cost of other materials. The thing is it requires you to do things differently. You know, the construction industry is very risk adverse, and it's actually very slow to change. And if you build with timber, you need to think about how you're going to build with timber from the beginning, and you need to do things differently. And that can mean changes in your supply chain, working with different people with different skills and so on. And initially, those things can introduce cost. What we find, however, is that when people have built their second or their third timber building, what they start to do is they start to benefit from all the savings. It is much faster to build with timber. And so there can be significant savings in terms of labor costs and in terms of production. And revenues can be gained from timber buildings much faster as a result. So you need to look at value across the whole process and not just look at this in terms of timber being more expensive than another material. If you look at it in the round, and if you look at the value and the time and other savings that you can make, it stacks up very competitively indeed.
I think that is a really important point. We have also heard it from Ms. Lehmann. The prefabrication makes it much faster, and that saves a lot of cost that is often forgotten because you think about the material cost, which is only a share of the total cost. Jaime, over to you.
That's a very good question. It's the question that we have in our country, okay? Because when we ask people, it said it's far more expensive, less durable. That's a normal view, okay? But let me tell you a couple of things. One is material has hidden cost, like carbon footprints. And in Costa Rica, we are also developing at the same time what we call a climate change code for construction field. The idea of this new code, developed by engineers and architects, is to establish those hidden codes in the construction field. So that will create such a different results about this concept of, more expensive and so on and so forth. But yes, this is a thing that we need to demonstrate and do it with codes and spatial regulation and things like that. That's what I'm about to say. Thank you.
Thank you very much, and I really appreciate that we take up these things because these are very standard answers that we have. So great that they surface here at this stage of the discussion. We have one more question, maybe. Would you be able to write it in? That would be fantastic because then we also have it documented somewhere, if you don't mind. While we are going to a question that comes up very often. Francesca, over to you.
Thank you. How can we build synergies with concrete industry in construction sector, as either or scenario will not be possible?
Very interesting questions.
So if I understood the question, it was how do we build synergies with concrete?
Yes, it's not about competition always, because no building is wood only.
Yeah. I think it's a really important question, and it's very, very easy to get trapped in a kind of competition or a conflict between materials. The reality, of course, is that the vast majority of buildings going forward will be hybrid buildings. They will use a range of different materials. We all know that. Very few buildings will be 100% wood. Even my garden shed sits on a concrete base. All right? Most buildings will have some concrete or some steel. But of course, where we should get to is the optimum use of all of these materials. We should be obviously looking to decarbonize concrete through cement replacements and other things, and there's a lot of innovation going on in that place. We should look to decarbonize steel. Again, many initiatives going on in that space, but we should get to a point where we're using, I think, all of these materials optimally. But at the end of the day, we do not have timber currently on a level playing field. These other materials dominate the industry so much. Their influence dominates policy. and very often, therefore, policy may not directly or deliberately prejudice the use of timber, but it inadvertently does that because so much of it is predicated on the use of concrete and steel. So what we need to do is really elevate the role of wood to get it onto a level playing field, to enable the experts then to specify the most appropriate material, for the particular purpose, I think.
Thank you, Paul, Jaime, and Sonia. Maybe short interventions.
I totally agree with Paul. For example, in Costa Rica, it's a very seismic area, okay? And we have, the last 15 years, we have modified our seismic code at the same time. I'm a civil engineer, I'm a structural engineer. So I don't think that we can build everything on wood right now. We need a transformation, the construction field, and then move and scale up the thing. Combining materials, making wood as part of the deal material, and trying to convince people and create trust. So there is a scale-up process, and we cannot avoid using concrete or steel at once. It's impossible. This is our perspective from the private sector.
Sonia.
Thank you. Just one word, strengths-based collaboration. So each material, I think, has strengths, and we need to focus those and then come together where it makes sense.
Very nice slogan, strength-based collaboration. We have one more question that stands out from the participants. Please do share your questions as you move forward. They hear most of the time of me, so I'm happy to.
It's okay. Okay, this question was really much voted. So, if timber must be shipped thousands of kilometers, is it still climate optimal? And how can we make it still deployable in countryside and optimal carbon footprint? Who would like to respond?
Anybody? It's about local production, local value added, local jobs, local solutions that fit the context and are creating the value added. Paul, over to you. Thank you for engaging actively.
I think probably nobody would argue with the idea that the best source of material is as local as possible, for the reasons that Ewald just said, in terms of supporting the local economy, maximising the value to that local economy in terms of jobs, as well as other benefits locally. But I think the point was also made, including in the keynote, that in certain instances it is justifiable to transport timber significant distances, and very often actually because of the way it's typically transported, the carbon footprint is relatively low. So I've met architects in Canada, ironically, using, dare I say it, using timber from places like Austria and Germany, and they've done the footprint calculations, and they can still justify, both from a financial point of view and a carbon footprint point of view, using that material. Because of some of the efficiency of production in places like Austria. So I think there is a valid reason to export and to move timber around. But of course, I think there's a strong argument for local supply and local use of materials for the wider benefits wherever possible.
Excellent, thank you. 2 small points, I understand. Sonia, you want to? Oh, Marco, sorry.
Thanks a lot. I mean, I think it's really, as Paul said, necessary to think about what's locally available. But I think we cannot really get back to a world where everything is regionally available. That's not possible. We have global supply chains. But I think it's also up to us as architects and planners, what we see. Quite often we see nice pictures of buildings built somewhere, and we try to realize them on site, where within the region you have not a skilled workforce, not the manufacturers, and not the resources. So I think we have to rethink first our design and try to sort out what's regionally possible, and then to make here a design that respects local resources with the skilled workforce and the manufacturers, and then see what we have to add to these things.
Thank you very much. So again, strength-based collaboration, but build up your strengths. Marco, you wanted to? I wasn't sure.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, the microphone again. So I think it depends the project. Okay. The project, the construction projects has their own ID. So it depends on the designer, it depends on the investor. But for example, for low-income housing, small buildings, the proper way is to use local materials, if you have that local material, of course. So the perspective varies, depends on the kind of projects, of the kind of country, and what do you expect about that project. So there is a must that need to be defined first. So what's the interest of the owner, of the designer, and things like that. So it's very difficult to answer that question.
Marco, over to you.
Thank you. I think another important aspect in this conversation is the need for regulations and building codes to support designers in choosing the right material. Because right now, a lot of building codes that have sustainability components focus mostly on operational energy consumption, operational carbon emissions. And so in these cases would end up being at a disadvantage because of course it has a lot of insulation properties, thermal properties, but one of its greatest advantages is the embodied carbon, where it can act as a carbon sink, and this is not really highlighted. So we need to make a step further with the regulations to take into account whole life cycle assessment, whole life cycle costing, and also possibly to measure somehow, although it's very difficult, the social and cultural impact of materials and of buildings, which are also an essential part.
Yes, indeed. Indeed. So all of these things are connected together, and we have to move with the times and the knowledge to adapt accordingly. We come to the end of the session. There is one question that I think you raised your hand. You have it here. You want to give us a hint on which one it was? Was it cost competition? Okay, cost competition is still unfair. The fossil materials are not paying for their CO2 emissions and take advantage of still low energy costs. Timber does not get the credit to act as a carbon sink. I guess that is as much as a question, it is also a statement. Yeah. Paul, you seem to
I'm happy to have a go at this one as well. I mean, as Marco already mentioned, you know, there are moves to look at how we can value the carbon stored in buildings. That's formally now being recognised through the carbon removals regulation at the EU level. And that regulation has been partly informed by a number of projects that we were able to support and co-fund, looking at how this works in practice. You have obviously got to be very careful in terms of how you account for that carbon. Make sure you haven't already sold the credits for the carbon in the forest before the wood is taken and put into a building. But it's been determined that this can work. And this is something that's being explored now around the world. One of the projects that features in the film, being shown here at 2 o'clock, is a project in Uganda, for example, an organization called Easy Housing, looking at affordable housing, where they have begun to try and use the credit, the monetary credit attributable to the carbon stored in those buildings to help subsidize the cost. So it's early days, but I believe it is happening, and as Marco said, this benefit of using timber in terms of carbon storage begins to get recognized in the financial equation as well.
Thank you. We have very little time left. And
I just wanted to ask Paul one more time, what time is the film, Paul?
It's 2 o'clock in this room. Thank you.
Okay, good. Thanks.
So just a few sentences, if I may.
Yeah, just there is a small matrix here, very small. Okay, minority materials, high consumption of energy, biomaterial, low consumption of energy. It's as simple as that. Okay, so we need to choose the two aspects, and we need to value the difference. That's the main gate to decide.
Thank you. I think 20 or 30 years ago we talked about energy efficiency, and nobody imagined that we will have a regulation that says we have to produce renewables on site. I think it will come. We see now with the EPD and with the DBB that we will have that transparency, and I think then it's a very good basis to act on that.
Just if you could say what EBD and DDB stand for.
The Environmental Product Declaration and the Digital Product Passport. And they're really the emissions part is traceable then. And we are forced to that. And it's in the responsibility of the producers.
Yeah. Excellent. That is familiar to colleagues in Europe. Not necessarily something that is already in place in other regions. That was really inspiring. Thank you for sharing your questions and your comments. We will, of course, make a record of those, and they will also influence the way we follow up. Thank you very much for engaging. But a particular thank you for the panelists at this stage. Thank you so much. You have been very active also in responding to the questions and comments. You deserve a great applause, please. Thank you. With that, I think we could give space on the podium for our session chair to formally say a few words at the closing of that session. Over to you, Greg.
Considerable space right now, actually. So this is great. So thanks, everybody. That was an excellent discussion, and I really appreciated the questions. I thought the Mentimeter was a pretty cool touch too, so it got people involved, and I was glad to see it evolve, because I did see expensive as the first one first, and I was like, oh no. So anyways, so a couple of pieces I take away from this, and of course, before I get into my summary, what I'll say is I might not encapsulate everything that we heard today right now. That's okay, because when we go into the plenary, you can also get up to the mic and talk about things, how I misrepresented you and all. No, I would never do that. But also there'll be opportunities to contribute in that end. So I'm standing in the way of coffee, so I'll start quickly here. One of the key things that I took away from this, and it surprised me as a Canadian, was the kind of cultural biases and public perception challenges here. When it was 2 years ago, my partner teaches new Canadians, and I had met one of her students, and I was talking about moving to Canada, and you know, what do you like about it? What do you not like about it? And he was, I'm going to buy my first house. And I said, oh, it's awesome. It's going to be great. And he said, but I would never buy a wooden house. And I said, like, dude, you're in Canada. Like, they're all like, you're going to buy. If it's going to be a single-family home, it's going to be wood. And no, never. And so that just came to my mind as we were listening to this, because, of course, as a Canadian, I mean, if you want a single-family home, or even, you know, an apartment or a semi-detached, the high likelihood it's going to be wood. So I think, you know, thinking of ways to advance wood construction is also going to be thinking of ways of communicating this. So we heard a bit about that this morning, and again, I would encourage everyone to look into the Growing the Solution campaign. But I think it's also, you have to combat public perception by, you know, showing people and creating, as Sonia mentioned, this sort of desire behind this. Because when you see wood buildings, regardless of whether they're magnificent and beautiful, as we saw in the presentation from Ms. Lehman, what I would say is, you know, they can also be a lot less. They can be very beautiful, but less, designed forward as well, I guess, if that's the polite way to say it. So I think there's a lot of ways to build that, and I think working together internationally, bringing people to Canada to see some of the tall wood buildings we have, and sharing information on that is a great way to combat some negative public perception. Relates a bit to another item on this, which was education, and how to work with all parties in the building chain to create more acceptance of building with wood. Again, I'm not always going to parrot what Sonia said, but working with architects and designers all the way to builders and contractors, and then trying to create that demand as well. So you're matching supply with demand and trying to and getting more deployment of wood building is a great way to go about this. So education would be a second piece. I was shocked that it took us until 10 minutes left in the discussion for us to get to the point on the construction sector being slow to change. Now, if anyone works in the construction sector specifically here, I will duck and cover, but I would say that is something that we're experiencing in Canada as well, as we look to accelerate housing production, and it is like many sectors in the Canadian economy and the worldwide economy, it takes time to make these changes. And so as we look to build more with wood, we're really going to have to partner up with the governments and with companies and municipalities and those who create the policies around building to see homes built faster, made of wood, and using more modern approaches. Another item that jumped out was public procurement, so that relates to my last point. But this idea of being looking at regional solutions first and being your own best customer, but also your own best advocate, and something that is near and dear to our hearts, because of course, with Canada right now, we have to be our own best advocate in many ways with the various shifts in global trade, dynamics. So I think that hit home for me, that public procurement is about being your own best customer, but also being your own best advocate internationally. Codes and supports. I think if you go to a session today and you don't talk about codes, maybe you can come tell me, and I will be shocked. I will buy you a drink. How does that sound? If someone doesn't talk about code harmonization or code, enhancement, then again, a drink's on me. It's free drinks, by the way, here, so it's an empty offer. But all that to say, so how can you get these things moving, right? So I heard a little bit about piloting buildings and making investments that show essentially the proof of concept and make it all happen. That's something we're very familiar with in Canada. We have a lot of public support that goes into showing these buildings, and then again, we use these as ways to educate both domestically and internationally. But then it also becomes about kind of building the wood building ecosystem, right? So I mentioned before, kind of getting from design to build, and then of course deconstruction. Being the ultimate goal in getting that ecosystem up and running in every country. Last little pieces here. I mentioned the codes, pilot projects. Maybe I already said this. I did. Look at that. So there we go. Those were the notes I had. Really appreciate anything. If you want to yell out anything I didn't say right now, you can save me the embarrassment later when I'm up at the podium. You got someone back there? Oh, nope. Oh, you're just fixing your hair. Sorry, yeah. Okay. I guess I didn't really mention carbon as much, though. Let's be fair. So I guess that'll be one thing I will add into the notes as well, because I do think that didn't come out in my summary. Okay. Thanks, everybody.
Thank you very much, Greg. We have about half an hour to lobby you on some other points that you want to bring in. We will reconvene in plenary at 12:30. That is about 30 minutes from now. But before we break here, let me just really thank you as the session chair, the keynote presenter, the 3 country representatives sharing their insights, and then the 4 panelists for the insights, and all of you who worked on this Mentimeter session. Let's give all of us a great applause.
After we say a really big applause to Ewald here. He did a fantastic job making this all work, but thank you, everybody.
Good morning, colleagues. Good morning, colleagues. Thank you so much for joining this panel discussion for this morning, and very warm welcome to all of you for joining this important thematic session on forest potential beyond wood. And we are happy to see so many colleagues and representatives and participants attending this thematic session. My name is Hossein Moini Meibodi. I am the Chief of the Policy Analysis and Intergovernmental Support Section at the United Nations Forum on Forest Secretariat at the UN Department of Economic and Social Affairs in New York. It's a pleasure to moderate this session. As you know, the substantive focus of the discussion for this morning is on looking at the forest potentials beyond wood. And we hope that we would have a very engaging discussion with your active involvement at this meeting. I just want to provide a little bit of context about the discussion for this morning and a brief overview of the program for this morning session. When we are talking about forest potential beyond wood, one important point that comes to our mind is agri-food system, which face increasing pressure to deliver food and biomaterials in inclusive, sustainable, and resource-efficient ways. And when we are talking about that, forests, given its richness in biodiversity, provide a wide range of renewable products and ecosystem services that sustain livelihoods, strengthen agri-food system, and drive sustainable bioeconomy. This point, of course, this topic was discussed in the global webinar series of FAO and extensively. And the session, of course, this session is going to further deepen in its discussion and consideration of the successes that we have had, the challenges and the needs that we are facing, and also the priority areas for action in this respect. So that's basically the substantive focus of the discussion that we would like you to engage in your presentation and in your participation in the interactive part of this meeting. With regard to the program of this morning, we are going to have opening remarks by the session lead, Ambassador Kumba, and then a keynote speech followed by presentation by country representatives as the stakeholders, and then this will be followed by the panel presentation with participation of distinguished panelists. And of course, that would be an exciting panel because we are also going to use some innovative way of exchange with participants. And then, of course, there will be reaction from the audiences, and then closing of the session by wrap up by the session lead. And after that, the coffee break and reconvening in the plenary, bigger plenary at 12:30. So without delay, I would like to begin the meeting by inviting Ambassador Kumba Pambo as the session lead. Ambassador Pambo is Ambassador at Large for Environment of Gabon and co-facilitator of Congo Basin Forest Partnership. Please, Ambassador, you have the floor.
Thank you. So, dear colleagues and partners, it is a great honor to open this session on forest potential beyond wood. Allow me first to express my sincere gratitude to the Austrian authorities for their warm welcome, to the organizers of this global summit, UNFF and FAO, for bringing us together at this critical moment, and to the moderators of the session for its dedication in shaping such a rich and timely agenda. I speak today from the perspective of the Congo Basin, the second largest tropical forest in the world, and from the platform of the Congo Basin Forest Partnership, CBFP, which I have the honor, the privilege to co-facilitate. For our regions, forests are not defined only by timber production. They are living systems that sustain food security, health, culture, biodiversity, and climate security. Culture also, and climate stability. The numbers speak for themselves. Of the 530 million hectares of the Congo Basin, 300 million are covered by forest, 99% primarily or naturally regenerated, representing nearly 17% of the entire African continent's forest land. Close to 60 million people living in or near this forest depend directly on them for food, health, and income, with a further 40 million urban dwellers benefiting indirectly. The Congo Basin forests absorb on average of 0.61 gigatons of CO2, equivalent per year, a balance between emission and absorption, making the Congo Basin the world's largest net tropical carbon sink, nearly 6 times more efficient than the Amazon relative to comparable area. These forests contribute to 40% of the annual rainfall in the Sahel region of Sudan and nearly half of the rainfall in the Ethiopian islands. World Bank estimates in 2025 that the forest ecosystems of the Congo Basin are not only ecological assets, they are also economic drivers with a diversity of ecosystems services, of which much of the value does not appear in national accounts. Collectively, the World Bank estimates that Congo Basin forests provide ecosystem services valued at $1.15 trillion per year. And yet, over the past 30 years, more than 35 million hectares, more than 4 times the size of Austria, have already been lost. That is nearly 1.2 million hectares every single year. What we protect or lose here is not only Africans' concern, it is humanity's. Non-wood forest products and forest ecosystem services are not marginal components of our economies. They are foundational to rural livelihoods and national resilience. Across Central Africa, forest foods, medicinal plants, fibers, oils, and resins contribute directly to nutrition, income diversification, and women's economy empowerment. Ecosystem services including carbon sequestration, water regulation, and biodiversity conservation, sustain local communities while providing benefits of global importance. The experience of the Congo Basin shows that unlocking forest potential beyond wood requires 3 essential elements. First, recognition. Making non-wood forest products and ecosystem services visible in statistics, policies, and bioeconomy strategies. Second, governance. Clarifying rights, strengthening access and benefit sharing frameworks, and ensuring the participation of indigenous peoples and local communities in management and decision making. Third, investments moving from isolated pilot initiative to structured, safeguarded, and investable portfolios that combine reliable monitoring, viable value chains, and responsible market linkage. But this conservation extends far beyond Central Africa. Around the world, examples demonstrate that scaling forest potential beyond wood requires alignment between policy, finance, and markets. From emissions trading systems that recognize forest carbon to community-based ecotourism in Latin America to she and baobab alliances here on our own continent. The evidence is clear. Non-wood forest products and ecosystem services can generate tangible economic returns while reinforcing conservation. Global partnerships are therefore essential. As global momentum grows around sustainable bioeconomy approaches, we must ensure that forests beyond wood are fully integrated into bioeconomy. This session invites us to move from visibility to viability, from recognizing the importance of non-wood forest products and ecosystem services to creating the governance, financial and institutional conditions that allow them to flourish. This fact is underlined in the action plan of the Belém Call to Action for Congo Basin Forest, which was launched at the sidelines of the World Leaders Summit at COP30 in Belém last November. I am therefore looking forward to our exchange and to sharing the results of our discussion in plenary. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Ambassador, for this very informative presentation, which provides a good basis for our discussion throughout this session. Especially, you highlighted the interconnection and the importance of Congo Forest Basin forests and the services and products that they are providing beyond wood, which is directly related to our discussion for this morning. Thank you so much, Ambassador. Now it's my great pleasure to introduce our esteemed keynote speaker, Mr. Carsten Smith-Hall. Mr. Carsten is professor and head of the section for global development at the Department of Food and Resource Economics, IFRO, of the University of Copenhagen. His research focuses particularly on the forest-based bioeconomy and the commercial utilization of biodiversity with an emphasis on trade and conservation issues. And of course, I'm sure that we will benefit from his presentation and because his experience is directly related to the discussion of this morning. Mr. Smith-Hall, please, you have the floor.
Thank you very much for that. And thank you to the organizers for inviting me here to talk about forest products beyond wood and the relationship to the forest-based bioeconomy. That is indeed one of my favorite topics, and I can talk about it for a couple of weeks, probably. I got 15 minutes, so I need to make a few decisions, right, on zooming in. So I will not be talking about specific cases in specific places, but I will be focusing on forest products rather than forest services. And I want to make the point that the forest-based bioeconomy is much more than replacing fossil-based materials. So that's a matter of phasing out, but I also believe that we need to bring in, right? So there are so many non-wood forest products that we need to focus on. They're important, economically important. They're important in many places for economic development, and we need to focus on them. So this presentation here, I'll focus on you can see on the slide there, Q1 to 4. That's the 4 questions that have been posed for the thematic session that you find in the background materials. But before I go to that, I want to say a few words in general about the forest-based bioeconomy. And this is a slide that I added this morning to my presentation because of our discussions yesterday in plenum and also in the policy to practice session, because I think we're talking about many different things, and there are many different approaches to the forest-based bioeconomy. It's not one thing, it's many things. So some years ago, 5 years ago, we did this review of all publications on the forest-based bioeconomy, and we identified using the 7 questions that you see in the left column there to characterize the thinking on the forest-based bioeconomy, and we identified these 5 different schools here. And I think that what we have heard a lot about also in the communication session this morning and yesterday in the plenary is this biotechnological approach to the forest-based bioeconomy, right? So we heard about economic growth and resource efficiency and food security. Large private companies are there, right? And it's about developing novel products, and it's all important. And we need to pay attention to that, but that's not the approach that I'm going to take here, and it's not what how I think about it, right? So if I should characterize my own approach to the forest-based bioeconomy, it's what we call the social bioresource school here. So there the focus is on poverty alleviation, employment, resource sustainability, small enterprises, the informal economy, boosting primary sector productivity and secondary processing. So that's another approach to the forest-based bioeconomy. So that's what I'm going to zoom in on, and this is mainly relevant in low and middle income countries. So the biotechnology one we see is dominant in Western Europe, North America, but also other places, perhaps increasingly in India, in South Korea. But in low and middle income countries, this is more dominant and relevant, I think. So that was just by way of positioning things. I wanted to share a few facts, right? So I'm a scientist, and all this is derived from I guess, some references later on, from published papers. And I just want to emphasize a few things here, right? So we are talking thousands and thousands of species and products, and most of these are actually from forest. They're common everywhere, north to south, east to west. No matter where we look, people are using forest and other vegetation resources to generate income. Billions of users worldwide, and some really interesting aspects of this. So there was the Poverty Environment Network some years ago that estimated what is the value of these resources to rural households by looking at 8,000 households in 24 countries over a year, and they estimated that the average income was 28% of total rural household income, and that is equivalent to the income in agriculture. Even though this is usually not quantified and visible, it's really, really important to a lot of people, and we need to focus on it. Also, income from these resources have some interesting characteristics. So this type of forest income actually lowers inequality. So all studies that have looked at this finds that forest income lowers inequality in locations. So just one example, we did a recent study where we found that 1% increase in forest income meant a 12% decrease in forest inequality. And if you had that income from tourism, actually it serves to increase forest inequality in local communities. So many of these resources are actually accessible to a lot of people. It's hard to exclude people from accessing them, so that's why it has this effect. There's also talk yesterday about whether, inclusive development, exclusive development, and here I think the picture is a bit more mixed when we talk about these products. If we take the example, so we'll hear about Shira later. So I think what is happening in Upper Ghana and Burkina Faso at the moment is actually we see some people being excluded from the value chains and from the production networks because of rising prices. Then traditional women collectors and processors are losing influence in the production network. But this is really mixed picture depending on what we look at and where we are. I just want to dwell a bit on the three last points there. So for most species, we lack data, right? Don't believe people if they tell you that they know what's going on in terms of values and volumes. Generally, we don't know about this. There's also very little attention to processing. And one example of this is the Intergovernmental Science Policy Platform on Biodiversity and Ecosystem Services. They came out with the thematic report on wild harvesting a couple of years ago. It's 1,008 pages report. It's excellent. I love it, but it hasn't got anything on processing. Right? It's got like 2 lines on processing. So yes, in timber, there's a lot of focus on this, but not in non-timber forest products. I would guess that every time we have 100 studies focused on village-level production systems, we have 1 study on firms. So we need to pay more attention to that. Also, we need to pay more attention to this role of these products in poverty reduction. We know the products are really important in terms of poverty prevention. They prevent people from becoming poor. There's no doubt about that. There's agreement on that. But what are the role in actually bringing people out of poverty? That's a different discussion, and we need more studies and data on that. We do know that this, what we call a stepping out strategy, is more common than stepping up. So that means that people that make money from forest usually don't invest it in forest activities. They invest instead in maybe education for their children, or they buy new technology for agriculture and so on. But there are examples also of stepping up, right? So you can also invest that, say, in developing cultivation technology for a particular non-timber forest product. But it's not so common, and we definitely need to know more about it. But that being said, I think we could do much better with what we have. There's a lot of data out there that is scattered all over the place, and as foresters, we tend maybe only to look at the forestry data, but there's a lot of data in economics, in anthropology, in geography, and so on, that we can combine and we can make use of to actually make progress without waiting for another study. And I'm saying that this as a professor, right? So I'm not saying send more money and do more studies. I'm saying we can actually do much more with what we have. And I think we should do that. Okay, coming to the 4 questions here. So the first one is about success factors, right? And we actually don't have, I think, really good success stories. There's scattered evidence, right? There's from acai, there's from baobab, there's from ginseng, there's from medicinal plants. But if we look at this, this is a sort of graphical representation of a really good study, right? It's based on better evidence, where you use data integration and data upscaling to find better solutions that make better contributions to these mega challenges that I think most people at this conference are focused on, these mega challenges, right? And I think as researchers, we need to be much better at generating evidence that we can actually use to make public policy recommendations that are useful for policymakers like here. And we can do this. The data is there. I think for a lot of products in a lot of locations, we just need to combine it and look at it in a different way than what we're doing. So I won't here be pointing to any specific single factors. Just say that this is a way to think about what we need to do, and then based on what we have, we can actually generate, we can synthesize this knowledge, and we can move forward on this. But it hasn't been done. In terms of challenges, this is hard to read, but this is again a graphical representation of the challenges, and I think this says something about why it's sometimes difficult to discuss the bioeconomy, right? So what you have here in the left-hand column, production mode, production purpose, and so on, are the factors that characterize a forest-based bioeconomy. And then you have these 3 phases: the pre-transition on the left, right, and then you transition, and then there's the post-transition. And of course, when we talk about this, you can pick out just any element from that, and you can spend a lot of time on it, and people are talking about all these factors at the same time, so it can easily become confusing. I think, but my main point here is that all these challenges, they vary, of course, from place to place, but I think in general we find that valuable products are characterized by increased commercialization, cultivation, and secondary processing. And in a successful transition, at the bottom there, we will see this change, right, where it should lead to less habitat degradation and higher incomes. And we actually have examples of that. This is possible to achieve. But the point here is more that it's a situation, it's complex, there's a lot of factors, so easily discussions become modeled, right? But this is a way to sort of structure our thinking about those challenges. Okay, so what can we do now in terms of opportunities to accelerate the upscaling? I think there are a number of things that we can do right now, listed here. I won't go into the details, but of course it's important to know what's going on, right? And even for major products in major countries, we have sometimes very little information, and some of what we think is right is actually wrong if we start to generate the data. But here with this slide, I just want to emphasize the point that there's a lot of this that is actually related to businesses, right? It's related to trade, it's related to processing, and it's related to value addition. And if we're concerned with poverty reduction, this is, I think, where a major key to unlock that is found. So I'm not going to talk about them, just we're probably going to share it later, right? So you can take a look at this. In terms of actions, what can we do right now? I think there are a number of things we can do, and I just want to zoom in on the second bullet point here, right? Identify generic transition pathways. Based on the knowledge we have, we can be very operational. I mean, we can go from vague fumbling in the dark and being fuzzy about things to actually being very, very specific. Even though knowledge is incomplete and data is incomplete, we can do this. And the figure there actually illustrates that. So this is an example of, we want to achieve sustainable management and sustainable trade of medicinal plants. This is a case from the Himalayas. And we sat with stakeholders and we identified these 5 transition pathways. So a transition pathway is just simply a bundle of actions that you undertake to achieve a certain outcome. And in this case, we have 5 pathways. You have increased cultivation, strengthen local management, support domestic businesses, improve sector governance, and increase international collaboration. And of course, many of them should be implemented at the same time because they're reinforcing. And of course, it would be problematic to support domestic businesses if you didn't strengthen local management, for instance, and so on. So they're interdependent. But the good thing about this is that when we break them down, so if you take the first one, increased cultivation, you can break all of them down in this way, that you have actions, you have outputs, and you have outcomes, right? So an action would be like to develop technology for cultivation, and the output from that would be that you have more species cultivated, and then an outcome would be less pressure on wild populations. And the great thing, and here enters the science, is that for each of these pathways, right, these relationships from actions to outcome, we can document them. We have done the studies, right? So it should be possible for you to get hold of your researchers, right, and ask them to do this, and then actually document these relationships from actions to outcomes. It's possible to do it, and I think we should do it. It's not being done a lot, but I think there's great scope for moving in this direction, being very specific in terms of actions. Okay. So just some take-home messages, right? Yeah, there's a lot we don't know, but we can do much better with what we have, and we can do it now. There's no reason to wait around. I think there is this need to acknowledge trade, right? We should have more focus on markets, production networks, or value chains, and firms. Values and consumers, we don't know anything about consumers, basically, when it comes to these products. There's very few studies on that. And we need to focus our efforts, do this data integration and upscaling, look at data across different fields, right, subject fields, and integrate them, and then develop the pathways. And last point is, we don't need to get bogged down, right? Of course, sometimes there are concerns that we need to address in terms of sustainability and climate change, but it shouldn't stop us, right? So just an example of that is, I work with around 300 species in the Himalayas that are all being traded. I have sustainability concerns for 5 to 10 of them, right? Not the rest. So yeah, we should definitely invest where necessary, but not across the board, right? So we should target that. All right, and then just a few readings here, some stuff that I have enjoyed either writing or reading while preparing this presentation. I thought maybe some of you would also, find that inspiring if you read stuff like that. So, thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you very much, Professor Smith-Hall, for this excellent presentation. Lots of food for thoughts, and honestly, all of the points that you mentioned are very important and requires really further talk and discussion, and interesting for the debate here. But 3 points that to me are really important. First, you chose to focus on forest products rather than forest services. I believe that was a smart way for making your presentation more tangible, visible, and connected to the daily life, our daily life. That is something that I believe is missing in our discussion on the global debate on forests, and that is one of the reasons that people really cannot take into account all values of forests. So your focus on forest products, I believe that made it more tangible and visible, and people feel it, on daily life. Second point, you mentioned about the fact that when we are talking about sustainable forest-based bioeconomy, we are not talking just about one approach. We are not talking about one-size-fits-all solution. And that is particularly important when it comes to a global summit, when it's coming to global bodies, to take into account different conditions, different situations, different country needs. That is also a key factor in our success. And the third point, you connected the discussion to the social aspect of sustainable development. You connected forest products directly to the issues related to poverty eradication. This is also a significant, factor, and indeed that is an area that we have not done work enough, the social aspect and the social benefits of forests. Thank you so much for this excellent presentation, Professor Smith-Hall. Thank you. Now we are coming to the third part of our program, and I'm very excited to welcome our colleagues for presenting country views, sharing their national experience and approaches for advancing the topic for this session. And in this respect, I would like to invite our distinguished guest, Ms. Ana Gabriela Saverda Lopez, Ms. Qinjiao Hu, and Ms. Rata Muda. I will introduce the title for them later on. Please, I want you to come to sit at the stage. Yeah, thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you. No, you can sit. May I repeat that? Okay. Okay. Gabriela, I understand Gabriela is online, joining us online. And, but Ms. Qinjiao Hu from National Forestry and Grassland Administration of China, and Ms. Rata Muda, also online? Okay, please. Great, thank you so much. At this part, we are, as I mentioned, we are going to listen about the experience of China, Ecuador, and New Zealand in respect to the topic of this discussion. They are the one dealing with what is going in the field and what is being done in real world. So that would be quite important part of our discussion. So let me first ask Ms. Ana Gabriela Lopez to please make your presentation. You have the floor. Ana?
Hello, good morning. You can hear me?
Yes, yes, please go ahead.
Thank you very much. From Ecuador, a mega-diverse country with 12 million of hectares of forest, the half of territory, the 70% of forest is occupied by indigenous people and local communities. We understand that speaking about forest potentials beyond good is not an emerging concept, but rather a long-standing practice that we must now scale up with greater coherence and rigor. Non-wood forest products like Amazonian fruits, essential oils, resins, fibers, medicinal plants, natural ingredients for cosmetics and functional foods are part of livelihood systems of our communities. The challenge is transformation into sustainable, inclusive, and competitive value change. In our experience, what has worked? First, link resource use to territorial governance. The most solid initiatives are those in which indigenous peoples and communities are not merely raw material suppliers, but central actors in decision-making, resource management, and benefit sharing. Second, integrate ancestral knowledge with technical support. Adaptive management of non-wood forest product is essential. This means monitoring species regeneration, adjusting harvesting volumes, diversifying products, and avoiding market-driven overexploitation. With our ecological monitoring systems and with our strengthening local capacities and ecosystems. Third, align international cooperation with local business development. Technical assistance is important, but insufficient if it's not accompanied by market access, certification, traceability, and finance tailored to forest production cycles. However, we face structural barriers. A critical gap is low value addition. Ecuador, like many mega-diverse countries, continue exporting primary ingredients rather than higher value processed products. This limits local income generation and reduces incentives for conservation. We also financial barriers. Community-based by enterprise do not easily fit into traditional credit schemes. We need innovative financial instruments, blend financing, impact funds, and mechanisms that recognize standing forests as productive assets. We consider the value priorities, strengthening regulatory frameworks that simplify the sustainable use of non-wood forest products while maintaining clear environmental safeguards, investigate and apply research and technological development, local processing and traceability, consolidate multi-stakeholders dialogue platforms that connect communities, responsible private sector actors, academy, and international cooperation in order to build transparent and equitable value change. And finally, ensuring that rural women and youth are protagonists to scaling up efforts. Social sustainable is not an accessory component, it is the core of long-term resilience. For Ecuador, the forest should not be seen as a frontier for expansion, but as a strategic natural infrastructure for food, security, health, climate stability, and innovation. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Ms. Lopez, for your excellent presentation and sharing the experience in Ecuador, especially with regard to engaging the indigenous peoples and local community in decision-making and implementation of the national policies. Thank you so much for sharing your insight. It's now my pleasure to invite Ms. Qin Jiao Hu for country view from Chinese perspective. Ms. Hu is civil servant at the Department of Forestry and Grassland Reform and Development, National Forestry and Grassland Administration of China. Her work focuses on policies and standards related to non-timber forest products and forest economy, which perfectly match with our discussion this morning. Please, you have the floor, Ms. Hu.
Thanks for your hosting. It's my honor to share China's view in the development of forest food. China proposes the all-encompassing approach to food, which includes forest foods into a diversified food supply strategy. Forest foods in China are primarily derived from two sources, including crop forests, yielding edible non-wood products, and forest farming, involving food cultivation, breeding, and collection within forest ecosystems. To advance the industry of them, China has implemented proactive measures. For instance, China has taken great effort to incentivize the production and processing of youcha, which is a traditional woody oil tree species, with targeted action plan formulated, result-based payment, and public and private investments in scientific research. Through all the efforts, youcha production has increased by over 50% in volume compared to 5 years ago, which fosters the whole chain development of this industry. With sustainable forest management kept in mind, China focuses on the well-simulated cultivation of medicinal and edible plants in forest, such as ginseng and lingzhi, and release a series of policies, implementation measures, technical standards, and certification criteria and indicators to guarantee the standardized cultivation and production of the medicines and the food and their forest, and resultantly ensure the quality of these plants. Currently, the planting area for forest foods in China is extensive, approximately 47 million hectares, with an annual production over 240 million tons. We have initially established statistical indicators for forest foods and regularly release the data. About 50 types of products in 10 major categories have been included in. The annual output value of crop, forest, and under forest farming exceeds 3 trillion yuan, respectively generating employment and income for tens of millions of forest-dependent farmer households. China appreciates the active roles of UNF and FAO in building global consensus and strengthening international cooperation on forest food. We sincerely invite all countries to participate in the World Forestry Industry Congress hosted in Guangxi every year for exchange and collaboration, working together to advance high-quality forest food development across the world. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Ms. Hu, for your excellent presentation and, of course, explaining on the activities that NFGA is conducting in China, and also mentioning about at least 50 type of products, if I got correctly, yeah? non-wood products. Yes, that's excellent. Thank you so much for sharing these experiences and information. Now I have the pleasure to invite Ms. Rata Muda from New Zealand. Ms. Rata Muda is specialized in international forestry at New Zealand's Ministry for Primary Industries. She represents New Zealand at various international fora, including the UNFF, United Nations Forum on Forests, and FAO Committee on Forestry, COFO. Ms. Muda, you have the floor, please. And I understand she's joining
Thank you, Chair.
online. Please.
Yes. Thank you, Chair. Greetings from New Zealand. Here, forests cover over a third of the land, of a total about 10 million hectares. About 8 million hectares is in native forest, primarily on the Department of Conservation estates and private land. Another 2 million hectares is exotic forest, primarily planted for production. Now, plantation forests are key enablers of our forest-based bioeconomy. These planted forests mean that we can retain our native forests alongside a productive forested landscape. So while New Zealand doesn't have a formal bioeconomy strategy, we are progressing work on several fronts, including looking at the sustainable use of forests beyond wood. For one, our Ministry of Business, Innovation and Employment is working on emerging or future areas of the bioeconomy that could support the shift to lower emissions and a high-value economy, including bioenergy. In addition to using forests for energy, in June 2025, the government announced support for the expansion of a voluntary nature credits market through the running of pilot projects across New Zealand. And as we saw in Professor Smith Hall's keynote speech, we need to find new ways forward urgently. Pilot projects help us do exactly that. Privately funded pilot projects are underway to test how nature credit markets work in the New Zealand context. So as part of these pilots, we're exploring the role for government, which may include setting principles and a framework for standards to build market confidence and ensure quality. And establishing a market that is durable, measurable, and transparent will help a lot of people. So farmers, landowners, iwi, conservation groups all unlock new income streams for looking after nature on their land. These pilots represent different land conditions, locations, types of market participants, and activities. By having such a wide spread, they'll provide insights on transition pathways and will help us understand how to meet international market standards, the role of government, and what works best in New Zealand. And hopefully we will discover, as Professor Smith Hall noted, evidence-based success solutions. New Zealand's implementing many of the practical short-term actions mentioned in the policy brief that many of you will have seen. Like many countries, we face common barriers noted in the brief: lack of reliable synthesized data, fragmented finance, and weak linkages between markets, industries, and local producers. As an international effort to address these common barriers, we see an opportunity here for the FAO to help develop guidance and global platforms on non-wood forest products and forest ecosystem service value chains, and in that way support integration into national accounts, statistics, and reporting. This effort, if taken up, would build on the multi-decadal work that FAO and other organizations have already been doing around non-wood forest products and forest ecosystems. If non-wood forest products and ecosystem services are to truly support long-term prosperity, then our accounting services must reflect what we call whakapapa, continuity, reciprocity, and responsibility across generations. Such guidance collectively could in turn inform and support global pilots for bundled ecosystem service markets, where we bundle like carbon, water, and biodiversity with strong safeguards and common valuation methods. And we think that these two actions together would help address several of the structural barriers identified over the course of COLI, the lack of visibility, the lack of clarity and knowledge around non-wood forest products, and the weak engagement with financial systems and markets. For Maori, our indigenous people, forestry is a covenant with our mokopuna, who are the children who come after us. If global biodiversity systems are to endure, if global bioeconomy systems are to endure, they must move from extraction to guardianship, from short-term yield to intergenerational returns and sustainable livelihoods in an ever-changing world. New Zealand invites everyone here to build those systems with us, and recalling Madam Ambassador's words in the opening, to go from visibility to viability. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Muda, for the excellent presentation, providing a very useful and comprehensive vision and view of the situation in New Zealand in terms of applying a forest landscape approach in setting your policies, how you are using non-wood forest products to address different needs of your communities, including on energy, as well as the involvement of different local communities in the activities that you are undertaking there. Thank you so much for sharing your experience and thoughts. Now, colleagues, we are coming to the next part of our program. We are moving to more interactive part of our discussion. And we have the distinguished guests and panelists, which I would like to invite them to come to the stage. And I would like to introduce them. Ms. Brioni Morgan, Senior Program Manager, Traffic. Mr. Aaron Adu, Managing Director, Global She Alliance of Ghana. Mr. Tim Pine, Bioeconomy Science Institute of New Zealand, and Ms. Sham Satkuro from International Tropical Timber Organization. Please, those that are present in this room, please come and sit at this stage. Yes, please. I believe we have all of them here in person, yes?
I will sit next to you, Your Excellency.
Yeah.
That's okay.
Each of the panelists, of course, you have seen, I assume that all of you have seen the guidance note. There are 4 questions in the guidance note, and the distinguished panelists have been requested to respond, each of them, to one of those questions. But before we come to exchange with our distinguished panelists, let me briefly explain how this panel discussion will work and how the participants can interact with the panelists. First, we are going to invite each panelist, as I mentioned, to respond to one of the guiding questions contained in the guidance note, covering themes such as good practices, existing barriers and priority actions, and partnership with the greatest potential for upscaling the forest-based bioeconomy. Then, following the initial remarks by the panelists, participants, means you, will be invited to engage through Mentimeter by responding to 3 questions. And of course, this is also a first experience for me for working with Mentimeter. We'll go to it together, no worries about it. So this is an interactive presentation software used to engage audiences in real time. You will be able to access using a QR code, which will be shown later on the screen, or typing a code in the online. Both will be shared with you shortly. So please prepare your device, whether smartphone, tablet, or laptop, that need to be connected and scan the QR code. Then, of course, you are going to be invited to respond to first question in the Mentimeter, and then, of course, panelists will be invited to react to the type of responses that you are providing. Then This will be followed with the second question and the third question, and we will have this round to be repeated for all these three questions. So I hope you are ready to get engaged into this part of our discussion, but let's first begin with inviting the distinguished panelists to start and to have their initial presentation. And for that, I would like to first invite Ms. Peony Morgan. Ms. Morgan is a specialist in sustainable and equitable trade of wild plant and fungi resources with over 15 years of experience strengthening non-wood forest products value chain. I would like, based on your experience, Ms. Morgan, I would like to ask you what has worked best when scaling the sustainable use of forest products beyond wood, for example, in the technical, policy-related, or finance or market-based level. Please, Ms. Morgan, you have the floor.
Thanks very much. It's a pleasure to be here today. Yeah, I've worked for around 15 years in this sector. I've worked a lot with private sector standards and certification systems, but also engaged with policy and particularly CITES implementation processes. Yeah, and I'm currently managing a large project looking at trade in wild plants and fungi from Nepal's Himalayas, funded by UK's Darwin Initiative, so I'll bring in some experience from that as well. So as our keynote speaker said, I'm not sure that there's a huge amount of documented evidence out there on success, but I can share some experience from my personal experience in the sector. I think before I get started, it's important to think about what success means when we're talking about what worked best. And I think it was really important that Carsten also stressed what's the goal that we're trying to get to. And I think we want to see value chains that are both economically successful, but also equitable and sustainable. So we want scaling that doesn't disadvantage women or indigenous people or the landless poor, and that is sustainable. So yeah, with that in mind, I have slightly mixed feelings about success stories that are based on domestication initiatives. I know that can be really important for scaling the trade, but actually, who's benefiting from them? It may not be the same people that were involved in wild harvesting. I think for success, you need a combination of interventions, so technical, policy, market-based. But once you have the basic production know-how, I think it's usually the market and the governance issues that decide scale. So some things that are important for scaling non-wood forest product value chains include secure and equitable resource rights, so that the people who are doing the harvesting have the legal recognition of their customary tenure and use. That would allow communities to invest in their resources and give them more incentives to comply with sustainability rules. And most of the projects I've worked on that have been successful have taken this very seriously. In India's Western Ghats, the project went and mapped the tenure of every single tree that they were harvesting. And that was painstaking work, but the community were really very happy with the outcome. They felt it gave them security, and that project is still going today and is quite successful. I think you also need enabling policy and proportionate regulation. So permitting that really works for non-wood forest products. And that's not just true for developing countries. So one example is from Italy, where I understand they changed the tax system to let the first buyer pay the taxes on the products rather than the individual harvesters. And that had the result of bringing all of this truffle harvesting into view. Before that, a lot of it was happening very informally. But once you actually have a system that works based on how people are harvesting, then you can manage it and regulate it. So other things would be around international cooperation, particularly around CITES implementation. So I was very impressed. Last year, I had the honor of working with China on a CITES implementation workshop, exchanging experience on how to do non-detriment findings properly for Himalayan species. And yeah, I think that's very important to share experience, because CITES can be very beneficial for non-wood forest products, but it can also be a bit of a barrier. Industry tends not to like it. But if you do it well, and if you engage the industry in the regulations, then it can be quite successful. And I think Candelaria in Mexico is a good example of that, where they really worked with communities as well as the industry to find rules that worked for them. Another important success factor is having market pull with committed buyers. So it's really important to have long-term stable purchasing agreements. And we always hear from individual harvesters that actually it's the reliability of the income that's really important to them, rather than necessarily increase overall, although of course they would like that as well. But both individual harvesters and also small and medium enterprises, they need the security that they can plan long term. Other important points are aggregation and collective action, so both having investment into helping cooperatives and producer organizations come together. And we've seen some really good examples of that in China again. But also collective action at the industry level. So I think a really good success story is Baobab, where I know a lot of the Baobab producers came together and they worked really for years to get the novel food authorization so that they could then market that product in Europe, and it's become quite a big success story. It's now a really well-known superfood, and there's a lot of innovation around Baobab. But that took industry collective action to make that happen. And I think I'm coming to the end of my time, but yeah, there are also other things that are needed, like targeted technical improvements around processing, but once you have those improvements, it's usually quite important to just hand it over to the private sector and let them run with it as well. Yeah, there's a lot more that I can say, but I think that's the end of my 5 minutes, so I'll stop there and I'll try to bring the other points up later. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Morgan, for your excellent and comprehensive presentation and responses to the first question in terms of what has worked best to scale up the sustainable use of forest products beyond wood. Thank you so much. I would like now to turn to Mr. Aaron Adu. Mr. Adu is the Managing Director of the Global She Alliance, a global multi-stakeholder platform representing actors across the she value chain in Africa and international markets. With over 20 years of experience in natural resource-based value chain, Aaron has dedicated his career to advancing the sustainable use of forest products beyond timber. So please, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, Moderator Hussein, and good morning, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Aaron Adu, nationally from Ghana, but I work across several countries in East and West Africa. I work particularly in the shea industry. I'm sure most of us here have heard about shea butter. You hear about shea butter, and you hear that shea butter is good for your skin, is good in cosmetics. But the story or the use of shea butter in cosmetics represents just about 10% of its current use. It is food for millions of people across East and West Africa. It is oil that is used to fry food. It is used, in a lot of very traditional meals across, in about 21 countries in Africa. It only grows in Africa, and it is not cultivated. The trees themselves grow naturally, and farmers make a decision to preserve those trees. So when they are cultivating a piece of land, they look at between shea and other trees, which ones to remove and which one to preserve, and continuously they preserve shea within intervals that allow them to cultivate their food crops, on an annual basis. So they get the benefit from the shea tree as well as able to cultivate their food crops. within the same landscape, you have several other trees, moringa, baobab, neem, gum arabic, all growing within the same landscape. And the farmers intelligently, select these trees and disperse them over that landscape in such a way that they're able to get the benefit from all of these trees whilst cultivating their own food crops, millet, sorghum, sesame, maize, and other things, and then maintain the trees for generations to come. So share is, self-renewing. It regenerates on its own. No one, raises down a forest or savanna to plant them. And it provides benefit not just for the community in terms of food, income, but it provides a lot of environmental benefit. 5 years ago, we did a research with the FAO office in Accra across about 8 countries in West Africa. And we identified that for, share tree stores carbon, and it sequestrates on an annual basis within those 8 countries about 1.5 million metric tons of CO2 on annual basis. So what are the critical barriers, as he was saying? The biggest of it is land tenure system. The land ownership is directly associated with tree ownership. So whoever owns the land owns the tree. And the women who collect the trees mostly are not the ones that own the land. And so a lot of them are settlers. A lot of them collect from their family land or husband lands or the state land. And so a decision to preserve the land does not lie with them. And a critical barrier that needs to be solved is land ownership, a system that allows, cooperatives, women that have collected from a piece of land for 30, 40 years to have some kind of ownership. Because if they have preserved that land by this, intelligent decision in preserving the trees and then cultivating under their food crops, the landowner in a day or two can say, well, I'm selling this land to a mining firm. I'm selling it to, for another use. And within a twinkle of an eye, a land that has been protected by a cooperative, by a family for a long time, is taken away from them, and then they are left with nothing. And these people who take over will raise down every tree on it, either for commercial agriculture, for mining, or for whatever use that they have. The second path is value addition at source. Beyond communities collecting and using share for their own use, there's a lot of international trade now in share. About 500,000 metric tons of kernels are collected and exported, mostly to Europe and now to India and to the United States, to be used in food and cosmetics. In fact, most chocolate you eat in the European Union contains shea butter. Well, it's not the butter itself, it's an ingredient in shea called shea stearin. So you find it in there. Because of that, competition for the share and the right to collection has become fierce in some communities. And the value addition as source is missing. All of the value added, the big part of it, goes outside of the continent. And so a woman will collect share and sell it a ton, for about $500-600, per metric ton. But when it goes outside and is processed further, the value, sometimes increases by 10 or 20 times. Retaining value or increasing value addition at local level to benefit communities is also a very important factor to look at. We need consistent policies. In Ghana, for example, until recently, share was not defined as a forestry, all right? And so farmers people can just cut down the trees, right? And use it for charcoal and use it for, any other thing that they want. you go around other countries in West Africa, Nigeria, Burkina, Mali, policy inconsistency is such that people are able to cut down the trees for, any other thing, other than the benefit that it brings to the communities. We also need infrastructure and logistical expansion. You have over 16 million women across 21 countries who are located over a very wide geographical area, collecting very small quantities of share. It is aggregated by middlemen and then traded onto international exporters. Between the woman who collects and the FOB price, or the farm gate price and then the FOB price, sometimes it's 6 times, right? And so women do most of the work but get the least value when it comes to this. So the other barriers that need to be looked at is long-term ecological restoration. Because of the land tenure system that is resulting in the destruction of a good part of the landscape, a lot of restoration effort is required now across several of the country, with investment that is required in establishment of nursery, new innovations in grafting that reduces the gestation period, security of people that invest in trees, for the future, and then infrastructure updates. All of this is required in order to make the sector sustainable for the future. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Aaron, for your excellent presentation, highlighting and identifying the most critical barriers that prevents the use of forest products beyond wood. Thank you so much, especially your experience in Africa. Thank you so much for sharing that. I'm sure that there will be lots of questions later on to the panelists, so we look forward to participation of colleagues here in this discussion. Now I'm coming to the third distinguished panelist in our panel, Mr. Tim Pine. Mr. Pine is a principal scientist at the Bioeconomy Science Institute of Mayangi Taiao, which I hope I pronounced it correctly, in New Zealand. His current research interests focus on planted forests, environmental management, and climate change, and the development of sustainability framework and criteria and indicators. And he's going, of course, to respond to the question that what action and areas should be targeted in the short term to accelerate the scaling up the use of forest products beyond wood. Please, Tim, you have the floor.
Thank you, Chair, and thanks for the opportunity to address the group. Yes, I took this as an opportunity to talk about immediacy, and I've probably got one key point to come through. I had the privilege of leading a chapter on ecosystem services for the UFRO policy brief, which is being launched at UNFF 30. And sorry, can you hear me? Okay, sorry. There's two chapters in there, non-wood forest products and forest ecosystem services. It was a fascinating opportunity to really delve deep into ecosystem services and work out, all about them and where to next, I suppose, because they are a very large opportunity. We looked at all aspects. We looked at forest to market, financing the future, forest sector innovation, multi-sector collaboration, and from policy to practice. And that's, the structure basically of COLI, and the webinar series and those activities. But I suppose what I'd like to focus on, and we've got key points coming through in each of those chapters, and it ties in quite closely to the discussion this morning, quite coincidentally and very nicely and neatly. One of the key things that really came out, and it's come out a couple of times here already as well, both for non-wood forest products and for forest ecosystem services, is I suppose, a lack of understanding, lack of examples, and basically a limited understanding of the opportunity. Often ecosystem services, for instance, can be, I mean, the Costanza work in the late 1990s and all the way through showed that forest ecosystem services can be worth far more when stacked than just timber. But often they're public goods, very hard to monetize, and very regionally specific as well. So different countries, different ecosystem services. So there's a whole raft of things you need to consider. What the two chapters, I suppose, came up with was looking for non-wood forest products plans and guidelines. So how do you go about it? What do you do? I suppose a recipe book, and again, that's regional, that's quite different across regions, populations, products. And with the ecosystem services, a library I've got down here, success stories, where ecosystem services have been used, developed, and have benefited communities or whatever. Carbon's an obvious example. Water flow as well, water regulation. The city of Vienna has been served by catchment management of its forests since the 1800s, supplying clean water and cutting back on the need for lots of water sort of control and cleaning and so on and so forth. So going through and looking at a library of success stories, and I mean the Virunga examples yesterday were quite fascinating, but I don't think many people know about those, and we do, but who else is out there? So I suppose the key point that I'm coming to with a lot of this is we need to share the knowledge and identify opportunities. One thing we didn't talk about this morning, and I tend to use this as a sort of catchphrase, it's the what's in it for me. Communication's great, but you actually are talking with people and explaining ecosystem services, explaining carbon, whatever it might be. You need to take that into account all the time. And often, we can have a policy, we'll do this, we'll have an emissions trading scheme, we'll have carbon, and I'll use an example from New Zealand. So carbon forestry, people are establishing forests. The local landowners and farmers are not happy because it's potentially taking agricultural land and affecting the community. So you end up with tensions. But potentially if you describe these things and explain and work really closely, you can work your way through that. So communication in all sorts of mechanisms, videos, etc., but personal is, Often when I'm sitting in a taxi or on a plane, I'll talk to the person next to me and see what they think about forests, ecosystem services and whatever. You have some fascinating conversations, and hopefully over time you can change perceptions, because we heard yesterday, facts are facts, perceptions reality, and there's a lot of misperceptions out there. So a lot of my work's been myth busting. I'm working on a paper at the moment on that. So I think communication plans, and it was great this morning to hear about what's going on. I mean, we're in New Zealand, I don't know a lot of these sorts of activities, so I can take things back and say there's a network out there we could engage. So I think I'll leave it there, but it's about showing the opportunity for ecosystem services and non-wood forest products, because it's large, but we need to explain that and then help people develop. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Tim, for your excellent presentation, identifying the areas and action that can be targeted in short term if we want to scale up the use of forest products beyond wood. Thank you so much. And I would like to invite Ms. Shyam Sadhguru. Shyam is the first female executive director of the International Tropical Timber Organization and has nearly over 30 years of experience in tropical forest policy and the wood product industry. And she's going to share her thoughts on the priority action and the partnership that can be taken and supported to scale up the sustainable use of forest products beyond wood. Sham, you have the floor, please.
Thank you very much, Moderator Hussein, and also to Her Excellency Aurélie Combeau for having set the scene this morning, and also to our distinguished panelists, all of whom have brought very interesting insights into what we do. Now, I come from the International Tropical Timber Organization, and let me connect that directly to what Tim just said a while ago about misconceptions, misperceptions, and misunderstandings. The name and the mandate of the organization is actually quite misleading. We don't just deal with timber. We actually deal with sustainable forest management, which is the precondition and the precursor for the diversification of trade in wood and non-wood forest products. So it's quite interesting that 40 years ago, we celebrate our 40th anniversary this year, 40 years ago, countries around the world, at this point 76 in total, decided that they wanted a partnership which is being governed by the International Tropical Timber Agreement. If you look at the objectives page of this ITTA, it is now in its third iteration of 2006, it specifies a huge bucket list of almost everything connected to forests. And it's interesting because this agreement was negotiated in the year, finalized in the year 2006. We are now 20 years down the line. And in the last 20 years, the membership of the ITTO have been working in close collaboration and in partnership in order to implement this agreement for the benefit of the membership as a whole. Now, this, of course, has involved member countries supporting each other and providing the financial support and technical support to implement 1,400 projects in the field to date. And this is valued at about $450 million US, all from our member country donors. It includes, of course, countries from the EU, including Austria, the US, China. The Scandinavian countries come within the EU groupings. We have Japan as our host country, and many others, out of which we have 39 consuming countries and 37 producing countries. So this is a solid example of a partnership or a collaborative partnership that has worked quite well over the years. It's just that right now there are several other challenges that the organization is facing. The ITTO is also a member of the Collaborative Partnership on Forests, a coalition of 16 international organizations, which include, of course, the FAO, the UNFF Secretariat, CITES, UNEP, UNDP, the GEF, GCF, the World Bank, and many more. So that is another very good example of how we put our heads together and work together. IUFRO is another member of the CPF partnership. C4ICRAF is also one of the 16. And we come up with CPF joint initiatives. And to answer the questions of what kind of partnerships can work, this is at the multilateral level, of course. When we implement projects in country, the partnership is with our executing agencies, who are the ministries that look after forests and the environment. And now, of course, we are seeing more and more the crossover and the cross-sectoral cooperation that is needed within the other ministries, such as agriculture, land and water, land use, and it goes on. Bioenergy is coming into the picture, or has been in the picture for the last 10 years. It's just that progress is a little bit slow in terms of governments actually converging their ministries into the areas of work that they should be in. And so, in short, the kind of cooperation, of course, would need technical support and advice, assistance. You need policy coherence, of course, and this is, again, a little slow on the uptake because countries are very interested, naturally, in what could benefit not just their own member countries, but as one of the panelists said earlier, is a humanitarian issue now, right? It's humanity that needs to support all this development and this progress. But of course, you also need governance on rules and regulations. Now, just to give you an example, in many tropical countries, the governance structure itself is not really enforced properly. This then leads to forest encroachment. I can give you an example from my own home country, Malaysia. The Aquilaria species, agarwood is the trade name. We have forest encroachers and thieves from the region, not from the country itself, that encroach Malaysian forests in order to obtain this resin. This is the resin that makes up oud, for the perfume industry. You know? And so we have thieves encroaching the forest areas, just like how our Ghanaian colleague Aaron was saying earlier about share, and the need to empower the local communities. Definitely you need to empower the local communities. But the actual enforcement of forestry regulations also should be a government responsibility, right? Now that's key. Next, of course, in addition to the policy coherence, it's data collection. How do we monetize non-wood forest products? So ITTO has implemented a number of projects in the field. For example, in Mexico, we are documenting ancestral knowledge on medicinal plants in the Yucatan Peninsula. That project is coming to an end pretty soon, and we are looking to see if we can secure a third phase. This is already in the second phase. And it has documented more than 100 medicinal plants. The medicinal plants, of course, include herbs also, not just for health, but also for beauty and for the cosmetics industry. There is also the collection of honey and bee farming, the stingless bee as well as sting-owned bees, if you like, you know. But they produce different levels and different qualities of honey, which is, again, a lifelong investment, actually, by the families. It's gone down at least 3 to 4 generations. And this is a success. In Benin and Togo, we have implemented projects in the field that empower women. So the access to land is key, as some speakers have already pointed out, but it's also the user rights. In many tropical countries, it is difficult for communities to actually own land, because land or forest land is a state resource, right? But then if you grant them user rights, like in my home country, Malaysia, Indonesia also has the same principle. The user rights grants them the right to use that land, so long as they do not then destroy the forest areas. So, right? And so we have these projects in Benin and Togo that have empowered the women communities. They get financial independence. They give their families a better quality of life. And the way in which that is being done is they are planting high-quality cocoa and coffee in the lower canopies of the forests while they reforest with endemic species. It's a foolproof formula, actually, right? And I just wish that more and more of our donor members and international donors actually acknowledge that these things work. They work. We provide the technical assistance, we provide the project management, we provide the guidance, and ITTO, of course, has a number of guidelines and policy briefs in order to help its members to move forward. Now, the understanding of the term bioeconomy is still a little bit shallow. I have to agree on that, because there are many countries that don't quite get what is required of them for them to benefit from claiming that they have a bioeconomy. So over the 40 years that ITTO has implemented projects in the field, they don't specify them, of course, as a bioeconomy project, because it's one of the buzzwords that came up recently. You know? It's a bit like landscape restoration. 10 years ago, people were saying, what? Landscape restoration? How are we going to afford that? But in actual fact, it's not that hard. So the communications element, again, comes into the picture. And, you know, we were laughing about this yesterday, saying, we are here amongst friends and compatriots and colleagues. Where are the ones whom we really need to talk to? This is a very successful event. So I congratulate the Austrian authorities, and I thank all of you for being here with us and for having us with you. It's amazing, right? And we were thinking maybe that's for the next stage, the next phase of COLI, where we need the financiers, we need the donor community, we need the perfume industry, we need the cosmetics guys. They need to be here. They are the ones who are causing, in many ways, they're causing this anxiety between us, the communities that work, or the organizations that work with the communities. And we've also worked a lot with traffic before. We've had customs regulations, right? Now what we need is also cross-border cooperation, transboundary. Stop the transboundary leakage. And it goes on, the list could go on. Just like how Kim said earlier, he could speak for 2 weeks, I could also go on forever, but I think I'll just leave it there right now. And we're happy to take questions and, you know, make this an interactive session. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Jan, for your excellent presentation and informative presentation, especially highlighting the type of partnership that already exists and in place, different type of partnership, interagency, as you refer to, CPF, the one that you have with the government members of the ITTO and its stakeholders, and also highlighting how these partnership already promoting the use of forest products beyond wood. Thank you so much. Thanks a lot. Dear colleagues, now we are coming to the interactive part of our discussion, and we are going to have some homework for you through posing some question and engaging you through the software Mentimeter. Let me just provide a little bit of explanation on what we are going to do and how you can participate and engage in this discussion. Basically, we want you to please take your device ready, whether it's a smartphone or tablet or laptop, and scan the QR code that is going, yes, this one that is shown on the screen. If you want to go through your laptop, also there is a website address that is going to be shown here, I understand. If not, the easiest is just to scan this QR code, and if you go to the website, you need to insert the code that is shown on the corner of the bottom of the screen. So for online participants, you can also click on the link in the chat that the organizer posted. And we would like to ask you to please respond to the first question, which corresponds to a word cloud. The question is, forest potentials beyond wood, what words come to your mind? The most important one comes to your mind. Enter that one word and click on the submit. Yeah, and you can enter additional words if you would like to. So I hope that you are following me and you are already. Yeah, I'm not pushing. Yeah, I'm just going to wait. So you are all to be connected. Don't worry, you will not miss the opportunity. I understand whatever you are going to submit it will be shown on the screen.
Submit. So let's first maybe make the questions and answers, and we are trying to start it, okay?
Question
to the panelists.
Question two? Okay.
We are working here to get it started.
Okay. So while we are waiting for colleagues to submit their selected words, if there is any question from participants in response to the presentation of the panelists, we want to take advantage of this time also. If you have any question, in addition to your efforts to connect, to provide the suggested words, but if at the same time you have any question to the panelists' reactions to their presentation, please feel free to request for the floor. Yes. Are we going to pass the mic? Okay. Please introduce yourself also, and the question goes to which of the panelists. Yeah, please.
Okay, thanks a lot. My name is Daniela Kleinschmidt, IUFRO. So there is no one specific I'm addressing my question to, but I heard now a lot about the diversity of products coming in as non-forest wood products. I was wondering, because you said you were talking a lot about the local level, so maybe there's two questions. The first one is, what about the international connection? So Sham, you were talking a little bit about ITTO and what kind of possibilities come around with that. So that would be maybe a question as well, how to scale that up politically as well a bit. And the other question is, none of you has addressed, as far maybe I've not recognized it, and it was maybe implicitly it was there, but maybe you can say something as well about the matter of power in this whole process of non-forest wood products. So what is about local level distribution of new products and services coming from non-forest wood products, and providing a larger market, possibly a global market, or even if it is a regional or local market? What does it mean as well for the social perspective and relational aspects with each other? Because you were addressing that it might be an opportunity as well for female. You were addressing as well, saying that when it comes to share, that it is females in particular, but they are earning the least in the whole process. So if you could say a little bit about the power situation and how it will change if we sort of distribute more and have a larger market, that would be fantastic. Thanks a lot. But thanks, first of all, for all the wonderful presentations.
Thank you very much. So may I ask which of the distinguished panelists would like to respond? Yes, Shyam.
Thank you very much, President of IUFRO. Very pertinent question. Thank you for that. Okay, so how do we scale up? How do we scale up the non-wood forest products? I think the first thing to do would be to work on getting it into international policy. So, Madam Director, UNFF Secretariat, maybe we could try this year at UNFF 21. What do you think? To get non-wood forest products and its contributions recognized more under the UN policies. Yeah, we can give it a shot, right? We could. That would be the first starting point. But there is a slight issue which I didn't mention earlier. It is data collection. You see, within our members as well, now because members are discussing the next iteration of the agreement, and formal negotiations are going to start next year. But they've been talking about it. We've had working groups working over the last 2 to 3 years. And there are, of course, many of our member countries, particularly those from Latin America, who are very interested in ecosystem services and non-wood forest products being part of the agreement. The problem is, at least from our perspective, from Secretariat, is the quantification. Many countries can't even get their timber exports and imports right. The figures are all wrong. We have to do the matchmaking, and we have to do the sums and the maths, right? Now, with non-timber forest products, it becomes more complex. So unless there is a national way to start compiling these data and statistics, because a lot of it doesn't actually reach the market. It's consumed by the communities, but it has a value to it, right? So it's that part that we're struggling with at this stage. Although we don't discourage our countries from being involved because we do both coastal and terrestrial forest areas. So there's also aquaculture, fisheries. Even that comes into it, the water regulation that speakers talked about, so that's that. And that's the answer to your second question, actually, the distribution of the products and the services, right? So perhaps this is another study, but it will be a huge exercise in trying to get these figures and information in before a methodology can be worked out on how do we then compute the numbers for every country. But I hope that answer is helpful. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I understand you want also to respond? Yes.
Okay. Okay, so thank you very much, the President of IUFRO. The power situation, as you mentioned, I would say that in the share industry, or mostly across the savanna landscape in West Africa, to deal with the power structure, it is important to increase or enable women to earn income and then increase the income. Once that happens, they become very independent, and then they get a voice in society, in community, in decision making. I have seen women cooperatives in northern Benin that it's about 50,000 women led by one. It's very huge with very good annual revenue. They're able to lobby the government to allocate specific land for the members in different communities, all right? They are able to, in places where they are not able to get that, they're able to buy land for their for the cooperative that are part of their members, and they're able to lobby local government for bylaws that prevent the destruction of shade trees. For example, they're able to make sure that the different communes and then the local authorities come together to set up laws that prevent the destruction of shade trees, and when people destroy it, they get punished, all right? And in addition to that, I think we need to build a relationship between these independent cooperatives led by women and international buyers such that they are able to trade properly, agree at the beginning of the season on a price, on the volume that can be supplied, on the quality parameters. It builds that confidence, and then instead of the women becoming just price takers, they operate as small businesses like any other SME operates around the world, and that is what ensures power for the women. Thank you.
Thank you. Please, Ms. Morgan.
Thank you. I also wanted to add a little bit on the power dynamics because I think it's very interesting and very important. One thing I'd say is that I don't think that scaling up always needs to include linking producers with international markets. It can be part of it, but actually domestic sales, local sales are actually really important as well. And some of the more successful projects we've worked on included a mix. Maybe there was one international partner, but they're also supplying domestic partners as well. And especially, disruption we've seen in the COVID pandemic, for example, you can't always rely on international trades, and having different channels is really important. To help with the power dynamics, especially if there is an international buyer involved and they are interested in it, sometimes a standard and a certification scheme can be quite helpful, actually, because it will include looking at how people are being paid and who's being paid. So I've worked a bit with the Fair Wild standard, and it's a requirement that women are paid directly. They can't be paid via their husband, for example. They have to be paid directly. You can't always control what happens next, but at least they will have received that. Yeah, I think those are probably the main points I'd make. But for the power dynamics, I think it's also important to really track what's happening over time. And I had a very interesting conversation yesterday about the Gallop nut from Papua New Guinea. And there, I think we'll hear about it in one of the later sessions, but they noticed that fewer women were starting to be bringing nuts, and they researched and found out what the reason was and then tackled it. And if you don't pay attention and if you don't track, then you may not know. So it's very important to look at the impacts.
Thank you. Thank you very much. I believe we have had good reaction from the panelists to the question that raised. It seems that now we have also kind of election done in terms of the words that are highlighted in bigger font. It seems that those words are repeated by more participants. So I would like, and there are different, of course, words that you see here: ecosystem services, community, traditional knowledge, education, all of these things. So I would like to ask the panelists just briefly in 1 minute to choose one of those words and make reaction or provide their feedback on this word, especially about the significance of those words when we are talking about forest products beyond wood. And I would like to start from Pine, Ms. Pine, and please, you have 1 minute, and please make your selection of the word.
Okay, I'll pick a very, very small word, ecosystem services. My immediate response to that would be, I wonder why people wrote ecosystem services. Was it because they see it as a massive opportunity, or they see it as something that needs to be done, or they see it as very, very difficult? Certainly, it's challenging, it's very variable, but one of the things that's certainly coming through at the moment around ecosystem services is the systems approach. You can't take things separately. So just doing carbon or just doing water or you're just doing biodiversity, the value is in doing multiple things. And we've done that in New Zealand for planted forests in terms of landscape stability, biodiversity and carbon. and you can actually then put a package together. And there is a small company, just started in the voluntary market in New Zealand, ECOS, packaging up carbon and biodiversity and trying to build the markets, but it's quite small. But yeah, I would be interested to know from the floor, people's own perceptions of ecosystem services.
Please go ahead, Tim. Yes.
Okay, thank you, Tim. Damn, you took my words, you know. So, yeah, there's so many up there, and I can barely see some of them, to be quite honest. Yeah, I kind of looked at social bioeconomy, although that still needs a little bit of stretching out in terms of a definition and what it actually means, right? But I couldn't agree more that you have to take it on the ecosystem level and not look at things separately or in silos, because it's the ecosystem that delivers. I think I'll leave it there. There's too many words on the screen. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much. So, Ms. Morgan, you also chose your word, please.
I'm going to go for capture carbon. One of the outcomes from the webinar series was focusing on the importance of integrating non-wood forest products into policies and strategies. And I think something we've heard about yesterday quite a bit is the drive that's coming to restore landscapes, plant trees. But to what extent are non-wood forest products being integrated into that policy drive? I think that's a big question, and one that is going to be a big emphasis for the future. As Traffic, we've partnered with Botanic Gardens Conservation International and other partners, including ICRAF, on the Global Biodiversity Standard, which is a standard and certification scheme for restoration and tree planting initiatives, thinking about the right tree in the right place. You know, are these going to be indigenous trees? And really, are they going to benefit livelihoods? And we have been trying to develop some guidance for restoration practitioners and look at case studies of how you can build non-wood forest products into these restoration projects and make them be commercially successful. And we found very little evidence out there and really good examples. So we have developed some guidance on it, but I think there's a lot more work to do in that area. So carbon capture and how we can mainstream non-wood forest products into that.
Okay. I think I'll choose traditional knowledge for share. And the reason is that for over a millennia, I mean, according to papers we've read, for a millennia, the communities have led, the preservation of the landscape in terms of the tree selection and then the landscape restoration. So for me, when it comes to the development of bioeconomy across the share zone, I think we should really focus on the use of traditional knowledge in every step that is taken. When it comes to tree selection, the planting methods, the integration with food crops, so that it provides a model that allows an agroforestry system where trees exist with other stakeholders in the ecosystem, and that same ecosystem provides, become the source of food for the people in the communities where they grow their own local native foods that they're able to store and then they're able to use it over a long period of time. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Aaron. Thank you so much for all the reflection provided by the distinguished panelists and also your engagement, distinguished participants in our debate. Colleagues, it seems that we are running out of time and already we are eating into coffee break. So we would like to see if there is any other questions. We are not going to, unfortunately, we cannot continue with the Mentimeter, but if there is any other question, please? I can take only 2 more questions. Juliet, please. Yeah. And then there is one here. You also,
Thank you very much, and thank you, dear panelists, for the excellent presentation. Just want to talk about what Tim has raised about ecosystem. His question is it because it is difficult that it is mentioned that? Yes, if we look at the natural capital accounting that countries used to do, it's because really it's difficult really to put monetary value on the ecosystem, and the consequence is that unless you put a value on the ecosystem service, then you can really do everything really to protect it and to conserve it. I think that in this bioeconomy discussion that we are having will really help us, will help countries in the natural capital accounting, and it will also help, it will inform the beyond GDP process that the UN is currently conducting. The usefulness of this exercise is really to come up maybe at the end of our this event, this COLI, to a simple guidelines based on the success stories on how countries were able really to overcome the barriers and to realize the full potential of the ecosystem services, yeah, and also to identify the research priorities that really span the spectrum of producer and consumers and production and policy. Thank you.
Thank you very much, and we'll come back, of course, with the panelists' response to your question. Distinguished Director of the UNFF Secretariat. And we have one more question from here. Please introduce yourself.
Yeah, thank you. My name is Doris Muta from the African Forest Forum. I'm really excited about this discussion because these are products that have been very valuable to the communities for a long, long time. And now we're seeing in the bioeconomy, they are becoming much more prominent. I think the work that has been presented has been on for years, maybe decades. It's time, I think, to upscale communication to our governments, especially our economists, because these rarely feature in the national accounts as they should, and we stand the risk of them still continue being marginalized. We've talked about how women are not able to capture the full value of the value chain of that product at the end. And it's because there are rarely systems that put value, as Juliet has said, on the real cost of producing and maintaining and protecting the resource that produces these nano forest products to the end. And we find that we have a light capture coming in and distorting the whole benefit arrangement for those who are producing and managing and protecting. So I think it's a communication issue. As said, also the data. Data is very important on the value, and let's get the decision makers get this correct and put the true value and provide adequate resources to research and even to the community-based organizations that are actually already working on this, but usually at the informal level. Thank you.
Thank you very much, distinguished colleague from AFF. I would like to ask which panelists would like to respond to the question from UNFF Secretariat and AFF. Please be brief, because we still have one more item. Yes, Shyam, please.
Thank you, Hussein, and also to Madam Director from UNFF. Thank you for that question. It is very complex, I agree, right? In order to put it into natural capital accounting, there needs to be a value. right? So what I said earlier is that it's finding that value that is currently still in its very early days. It's in the whole thing about bioeconomy and the contribution and the data for the non-timber forest products that don't reach the market, particularly the ones that are consumed by the community itself, is not actually captured, right? So we need to find a way. So that's where the research and a systemic change potentially needs to be considered so that these values can then be gathered, right? And what Doris from AFF has said as well is almost what I said earlier. It rarely features in the international or the national accounts because that data is not being captured. So maybe this is something that we can work with our member countries. But whether they have the resources to do that is another thing, right? We need to figure all this out. So again, it has to be a phased approach, I'm thinking, before you can get something credible. Because data needs to be credible. Otherwise, it's useless. Thank you.
Can I just add a point to that? Yeah, I think, I mean, just taking an example of erosion control and the value of that, there's all sorts of methods you can use. So there isn't one number. So, you know, in New Zealand, we've used one number because we say that's how we calculated it, but there are other ways. So you're always open to challenge. So I'm sort of looking at things and thinking, can we have an envelope of numbers? You know, minimum to maximum. And, you know, I think that requires research, and probably quite a lot of research. And some of the other values are just about impossible to put a monetary value to. I mean, sort of cultural values. We've got an indicator in the Montreal process, the value of forests to people. We don't know how to present that. It's not normally a narrative, but you don't get down to the numbers, but the numbers are what allow you to sort of get it into the newspaper and say it's $25 billion. If you say, well, it's very important, people don't take quite the same notice. So there's really big challenges, I think, around some of these indicators and values.
Thank you so much for your responses to the question. Colleagues, I apologize. We are really running out of time, and we have to join the plenary at 12:30. But before closing, I would like to invite Ambassador Kumba to provide her overall feedback on the discussion that we had this morning. She is going, of course, to report back to the plenary as well. Please.
Thank you. I want to thank you, moderator, the key speaker, and the excellent panelists for your presentation. What I take away from this session is not exhaustive, but can be summarized in as follows in few words. First, documentation of data to gap lack on this aspect. The sharing of knowledge and success stories and opportunities. Sustainable use of forest-based beyond wood is very important, and that can be integrated in national policies, as you said. We have to establish sustainable value chains also. We have to establish also cooperation, partnership, and the last but not the least, IPCL, women involvement, basis of an inclusive governance. Thank you.
Thank you very much for the excellent summary of the discussion key points, and with a big thank to all of you for your engagement. Please have a round of applause for yourself and for the panelists. And the meeting is closed. Thank you.
So, welcome back. If I can just have your attention, so then when there's nice, quiet atmosphere in the room, I'm going to hand it straight to the co-chairs so that we can hear the key points of the thematic sessions. Thank you, everybody. Over to the co-chairs, please.
Thank you.
I might wait a little bit until everybody is taking their seat. Mr. Hangler has taken the seat now, yes. And we are waiting for the others. Okay, maybe those within the coffee booths are also prepared to come. So we'll start in a second. It's a very good Viennese coffee they're enjoying, so I understand that they keep there, but Madam President is also approaching the room. The forest communicators are also on their way. FAO is also on the way. So thank you very much for staying with us. Lunch is served soon. But before that, we would like to summarize what we have heard in the morning. I personally was joining the thematic session Building the Future with Wood, moderated by Ewald Rametsteiner. We heard a very inspiring keynote by Ms. Katharina Lehmann. She was talking about foolish concepts, about wood supply as key factor, about long-lasting timber products, about our responsibility for forests, and also about circularity being a mere concept of the concrete industry. So it was very interesting, inspiring keynote by her. Thank you very much. And the keynote was supplemented by in-depth views of the countries and stakeholder organizations. And we also had a very substantial exchange of views, and it was very, very interesting, this discussion. I just would like to summarize the whole session just with one takeaway, what I took from this session. This was actually quoted, or it came from Boniface from Kenya. He said, "The forests are growing. The question is, how do we grow with them?" And this is something which was very inspiring, because this is why we are here for, together to discuss and exchange what can be our contribution to foster sustainable forest management and to foster the use of sustainable wood. With that, I would like to give to my dear co-chair to introduce her group. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Georg, and good day, everyone. Before I say good morning, maybe I didn't get enough coffee today. I think on a lighter note, I was told that I must go to room 8. So I think maybe my colleague from South Africa will know we have a comedy in South Africa where there was a group of people who used to stay in room 8. So when they said I must go to room 8, I was like, oh, maybe we're going to be laughing, it's going to be a comedy show or something like that. But I think the discussion in that room was quite informative. We were looking at forest potentials beyond wood, looking at the opportunities, looking at gaps and challenges that could be there. The session was moderated by Hussein, I don't know why I can't see him, from the UNFF Secretariat, and with the lead as Professor Pambo, who gave us some opening remarks on the work that she's involved in. And we had a keynote from Mr. Smith Hall, who took us through a bit of education in terms of what we could be looking at when we're looking at wood beyond forests, and had some very interesting ideas in terms of what we can look at and what we can be able to see. So I think without taking more time, we'll probably give to the building, the future with wood. We'll start with 7.1, and the session lead there from Canada can help us with that. And then immediately we will go to Professor Pambo, and then we can take some questions.
Sounds good. Thanks very much. My name is Greg Smith. I'm a director in the Canadian Forest Service for the Government of Canada. So I'll just walk you through some of my key takeaways from the discussion, and then hopefully this spurs further discussion in the room. Although I recognize we may be standing between people and lunch, which is never an enviable position. So one of the things that surprised me, I suppose, as a Canadian at least, in the building the future with wood was, and advancing wood building construction in general, was the cultural biases that were discussed in the public perceptions around building with wood. If you come to Canada, you'll note that most single-family homes are built with wood, but it was very interesting points from both the panelists, but also from people in the discussion around just how building with wood can be seen as, come with certain stigmatisms in certain cultures, and certainly around poverty and things like that, and not being seen as necessarily prestigious. So I think if we're talking about advancing building with wood, it gets a little bit to the point this morning on growing the solution around kind of trying to reset a bit of the narrative around building with wood and trying to have a single voice about the opportunities that can come from it. So I think that was one item that jumped out at me for sure. In addition, there was discussions around education needs and training. And this really is across all parties in the value chain. So whether we're talking from the kind of the architects, the design, the build, a lot of education is needed along that in order to ensure that that countries and cities and all different levels of government can see these types of buildings deployed. I made a very poor joke about buying people drinks if you heard a session without building codes. That is not valid outside of that room, so if you weren't there, you do not get your free drink ticket. We also discussed public procurement and public-private partnership models and how those can be a driver of creating the first or creating momentum around building with wood, including supporting an ecosystem for building with wood. There was talk from the gentleman from Costa Rica about kind of being your own best customer and being your own best advocate for using regional wood supplies as a way to provide housing and building. And in close to home, that I was mentioning that hit pretty well with Canada, where we're seeking to be our own best customer more and more often. There was talk about, I'll get into codes a bit more because I have to fulfill that destiny, but trying to look at ways of enhancing codes, but then also, like building codes, I should be clear, then also looking at public investments to pilot buildings and provide support for kind of the initial proof of concept of large wood buildings in various countries in order to support this building with wood ecosystem. There was talk about shifting the construction sector and the challenges that are associated with that, and some of that relates to the training and education that comes along with it, but also that there was a recognition from participants that can take a while and be slow, but still requires efforts from both the public and private interests to make sure that can happen. I mentioned partnerships, but they were discussed on a few different levels, including ways in which government, industry, and communities can work together to deploy wood building solutions. And although we did discuss it briefly, we didn't give a lot of, or perhaps as much time as I'd expected to the discussion of carbon neutrality and the emphasis of building with wood and its opportunities there, including things like, although I suppose it was raised by a few of the panelists, which is important to note, that using life cycle assessments and environmental certificates extended producer responsibility, ratings and things like that as a means to show an advantage on building with wood. The last point I'd make is this was raised actually in a discussion following the meeting, was a few elements that the group didn't discuss as much, but I thought were pertinent, so I'd just raise them here. So one would be sort of aligning some of the challenges we're facing around the world, some of the challenges we're facing in building with wood with kind of the challenges around the world a bit better. So we discussed the idea that, of course, 2.8 billion people are going to need homes, and perhaps in that discussion on building with wood, we didn't necessarily tie that in as well about sort of what the opportunity could be to more quickly deploy wood housing in markets where need for supply is really high. And so I recognize that isn't something that we unpacked very well in the discussion, and I think it would have been a benefit, I think, to talk less about sort of the grandiose ambitions of ways in which to build with wood and more about sort of the potential advantages when it comes to scale, replicability, and the benefits that can come to that. Second, it was noted to me that we didn't, although we spoke about public procurement, we didn't necessarily get to the full advantage of what that could look like, because so much of large building construction around the world is publicly funded through a variety of means, whether it's through taxes or it's through international assistance, things like that. A lot of money goes into the building ecosystem, and so ways in which to to adjust public procurement practices to create a more advantageous environment for wood buildings was another thing we thought we didn't get unpacked as much as it could. The last thing I'll say is I was very pleased to have some discussion around the social and the social and sort of mental health benefits of building with wood. Thought that was a fun discussion that we were into a bit, and there's a decent amount of evidence out there that people living and working in wood buildings can have better mental health outcomes at times, are more relaxed, have lower blood pressure and things like that. So yay, building with wood, and that's all I'll say. Thank you.
Thank you. So let me provide you the summary of the session 7.2, Forest Potentials Beyond Wood. The objectives of the sessions were identify success factors, gaps, opportunities, and priority actions to advance the development of and upscaling of forest products beyond wood, and identify options for multi-stakeholders dialogue to strengthen and scale up the role of forest products beyond wood within the framework of a sustainable forest-based bioeconomy at all levels. Looking at the forest potential beyond wood, in particular non-wood forest products and ecosystem services, is not a new topic, but based on the traditional knowledge used by indigenous peoples and local communities. Looking at the forest potential beyond wood has a strong social focus, including poverty eradication and socio-economic development. What I take away from this thematic session can be summarized as followed by 5 key points. Documentation of reliable data to gap the lack on this matter. Sharing knowledges, especially the traditional ones, and sharing success stories and opportunities. Promotion of sustainable chain values, establishment of cooperation partnership, and the last but not the least, advocacy for happy, healthy women involvement as basis of an efficient, inclusive governance. Let me summarize now the main points raised regarding the guiding questions for our session. The first question was, what has worked best when scaling the sustainable use of forest products beyond woods? Discussions have shown that we need a combination of measures to show what works best, including policy, legal, technology, social, and economic measures, and to make things happen at scale. Community-based management and cooperatives have proven essential for building economies of scale based on traditional knowledge and enhancing livelihoods and long-term resilience of small producers, including IPCL, women, youth, and local communities. Long-term purchase agreements are important for local producers to secure markets and investments. Good processing capacities, value additions, and certification and eco-labeling initiatives have enabled non-wood forest products to penetrate high-value markets, demonstrating significant consumer demand for sustainably sourced products. Integration of non-wood forest products and ecosystem services into bioeconomy strategies, climate and rural development strategies ensures their recognition in consistent policies and national accounts. However, solid data evidence is required in order to further increase the visibility of the contribution of non-wood forest products and forest ecosystem services to poverty reduction, biodiversity conservation, climate mitigation, and sustainable development. We need to continue providing evidence on good practices, for example, the use of acai and other biodiversity products in Latin America, medicinal and aromatic plants in Turkey, as we heard yesterday, use of wild shea trees in Africa, carbon forestry in New Zealand, and forest food in China that provides employment for millions. However, we recognize that we need to provide more documented evidence and collect more data on good practices to use forests beyond wood, including non-wood forest products and ecosystem services. This will people also help to change perception. Participants were asked what comes in their mind when thinking about forests beyond wood. Main associations were ecosystem services, community, traditional knowledge, inclusivity, medicinal plants, capture carbon, and many others. This may give us a snapshot what participants consider as relevant when talking about the forest potential beyond wood, underlying the diversity and complexity of the topic. Concerning the question 2, what critical barriers prevent scaling up the use of forest products beyond wood? Weak land tenure and access rights often hinder smallholders from fully engaging in the sustainable harvesting of non-wood forest products. Underdeveloped processing industries and inadequate infrastructure create significant challenges in connecting producers to markets, limiting the growth potential of non-wood forest products. The limited recognition of these products in policy frameworks compared to timber results in a perception of these products as secondary, affecting funding and support for their development. Lack of data can undermine evidence-based decision-making. As the third question, what should be targeted in the short term to accelerate scaling up the use of forest products beyond wood? Strengthening market intelligence and diversification into niche, certified and health-related products can capture the growing demand for natural and sustainable goods like medicines and cosmetics. Investing in infrastructure for processing and market access can significantly improve the ability of smallholders to engage in the sustainable use of non-wood forest products and ecosystem services. Invested in R&D, technology transfer, infrastructure, value chains, and processing capacity to boost local value addition and market competitiveness. Prepare simple guidelines to build on and upscale success story. Improving data collection and harmonization on non-wood forest production and trade will enhance visibility and support in national accounts, helping to legitimize these products in market frameworks. For the last question about which priorities, action, and partnerships should be supported for upscaling the sustainable use of forest products beyond wood, we have 4 ideas: providing technical advice and policy support to promote forest products beyond wood through a wide range of partnerships, including the engagement of the Collaborative Partnership on Forest, supporting public incentives to promote forest ecosystem services such as payment for ecosystem services, PES, that can generate funds for forest conservation while diversifying income streams for communities reliant on forest resources. Strengthening partnerships between the public sector, research and academic institutions, and private enterprise. This can foster technological innovation and enhance the processing of non-wood forest products. Expand public-private partnerships and blended finance to channel green finance towards conservation management and community livelihoods. To conclude, let me underline that unlocking forest potential beyond wood requires, in my view, 3 essential elements. First, recognition. Making non-wood forest products and ecosystem services visible in statistics, policies, and bioeconomy strategies. Second, governance. Clarifying rights, strengthening access and benefit sharing frameworks, and ensuring the participation of indigenous people and local communities in management and decision making. Third, investment, moving from isolated pilot initiative to structured, safeguarded, and investable portfolios that combine reliable monitoring, viable value chains, and responsible market linkages. The next phase of COLI could further enhance value chains such as perfumes or cosmetics. Thank you for your attention.
A sincerely thank you to both of you, Madame Kumba and Greg, for presenting the outcomes of your session. Following your outline, I realized that we have collected a lot of additional elements, important elements we have to somehow cover in the co-chair's summary. I hope that we have that many pages left to cover all this, but be assured that we will at least take on board the gist out of this. And if you feel that something is left, and if you feel that you would like to support an element which was raised here at this summary, it would be now your turn, your possibility to take the floor to either support or supplement what has been said by the session leads. So please, the floor is yours. So I can't see anybody taking the floor. This is okay. So you made a very tremendous good job. So you summarized and covered everything. Thank you very much. And have a nice lunch.